Yeah, we're not thriving. We're not thriving.
I was like afraid to leave the house today.
Okay, so it is December 16th, and we'll call the North Kingstown School Committee meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held at an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, pre-suspension hearing, certified employee A, leave of absence extension, non-certified employee D, superintendent contract, leave of absence request, non-certified employee E, that's the attachment. And then item 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NEA NK negotiations and potential litigation with Raps Architects. And item 3, discussion of any investigation proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct or civil or criminal pursuant to RIGL 42465A4, certified employee B and C investigation. Can I get a motion to go into executive, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we will reconvene into open, and I will disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session today. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Sadie McCann.
Thank you. Calendars.
December 17th, 5:30 p.m. DEI Advisory Committee, Central Admin Conference Room. December 22nd, 5 o'clock, Policy Advisory Committee, Central Admin Conference Room. January 7th, 6 p.m., Building Advisory Committee, Central Admin Conference Room. January 8th, 6:45 p.m., CELAC, Central Admin Conference Room. January 12th, 4:30, Budget and Finance Advisory Committee, Central Admin Conference Room.
Question about the January 7th Building Advisory Committee meeting. Did we decide that we were going to change the time on that? Did we make that official?
So, we can't change the time because not everyone can make it earlier.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you.
it should be right. Is it later? I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it. It
It's
should
at
be.
It's 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're going to keep it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the
You're welcome.
clarification. But what is written is correct. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we are moving on to presentations and recognitions. We have two presentations from the administration today, and we will start with the accountability report. Mr. Mezzanotte?
Yep.
All right, good evening, everyone. Tonight I'm here to present Rhode Island Department of Ed's 2025 LEA Accountability System and School Report Card. So just for reference, the information I'm going to be presenting tonight is widely available online at RIDE's website. It is linked here to these slides, and you're more than welcome and encouraged to access the website and to dig deeply into the data of North Kingstown and also other LEAs throughout the state. The areas that are featured in the report include the following indicators. You have achievement, growth, English language proficiency, graduation rates, diploma plus measures, and school quality and student are described in various ways, but each measurement is factored into the overall star rating for a school and also the performance rating of the district. It's very important to note that a school's star rating is based on the lowest performing area of these indicators. So, for instance, if you have all areas that are 4 stars, but one that is 2 stars, your overall star report would be 2 stars, and that's true for all schools that fall under the rating system. So this is for our school district of North Kingstown, the North Kingstown LEA Accountability Performance. You can see here that the areas that are in the dark blue are strong performance, and the areas that are light blue are mid-level performance. So you can see the areas of graduation rate, diploma plus measures, and school quality and student success we're performing at a high level. In the areas of achievement, growth, and English language proficiency, we're performing at mid-level. Just a note that in 2024, the district had low-performing subgroups in graduation rate in the following areas: economically disadvantaged students and also students with disabilities. Both of those subgroups are no longer performing low in 2025. So congratulations for the high school for making those improvements in that area from previous year. This is just a little bit of a deeper dive into the LEA performance under the categories that were previously mentioned, the indicators. So you can see the subcategories in each area. So under the achievement indicator, you have achievement in ELA, math, and science. You have growth in ELA and math, the English language proficiency indicator, graduation rate, and then the areas under school quality and student success include Commissioner's Seal, which is a Commissioner's Seal for diplomas for graduation, post-secondary success, student chronic absenteeism, teacher chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, exceeds expectations in ELA, and exceeds expectations in math. So a district summary is we had strong performance in ELA achievement, we had mid-level performance in math achievement, math and ELA growth, and science proficiency. We had strong performance in graduation rate, diploma plus measures, and school quality and student success. We also had strong performance in graduation rate, post-secondary success, student and teacher attendance, as well as exceeding expectations in math and ELA, and suspension rate. We have mid-level performance in Commissioner's Seal in English language proficiency. So from a district standpoint, where does this place us for priorities for future goals? We always wish to have continuous improvement in core instruction across all subject areas. We also look to provide targeted and effective interventions that are aligned to student need, school belonging, student opportunities, and ownership of learning, supporting students in identified subgroup areas, and all of these and more are articulated in detail in our district strategic plan. So now moving to school accountability. So these are our individual schools, which were all given star ratings as part of the accountability report. Again, just a precursor. These are the summary data indicators that would be measured for each school in our district. And again, these are the individual measures. I won't repeat them, but they are the same as were provided in the district. School star ratings, again, just to reiterate that the ratings are presented as star ratings, and each school is awarded 1 star to 5 stars based on their overall performance across all indicators in the accountability model. And as mentioned, you are rated as the area where you have the lowest star performance. So you can see here, ratings 5 through 1 in terms of star ratings. So we'll begin with North Kingstown High School. North Kingstown High School is a 4-star school, which is the same as it was in 2024. As you can see here, North Kingstown's ratings in the 5 indicator areas: 5 stars in graduation rate, as well as Diploma Plus measures and school quality and student success. 4 stars rated in achievement and growth and English language proficiency. It's also noted that students with disabilities and TSI students with disabilities was a TSI rated area, and that is a repeat from last year. It's an area that we need to look forward, we need to continue to look at with Dr. Santa and her team at the high school. And TSI groups are groups that would receive 1 star in an area if they were their own school. So that's what that description is. TSI rating for achievement and growth is for students with disabilities, which is a focus area that we have at our high school and really across our district. But that's an area that is going to require more specific attention at the high school. Okay, this is just, again, a little bit of a deeper dive into our high school performance in the subgroup areas. Next, we have Davisville Middle School with 3 stars. Davisville improved. They were up from 2 stars in 2024. And DMS moved from a 2-star school in 2024 to a 3-star school in 2025. And this growth was due to the increase in English language proficiency performance, where they moved from 1 point to 2 points. So congratulations to DMS for that improvement. You can see here that they were rated as 3 stars in achievement and growth, 4 stars for English language proficiency, and 5 stars in school quality and student success. Okay. Wickford Middle School is at 3 stars. They were down from 4 stars in 2024. I'll speak a little bit more about that. Wickford went down from 3 stars to 3 stars from 4 last year due to a dip in achievement and growth. Last year, WMS earned 12 points in the area of achievement and growth, and this year they earned 10. The reason for this is because WMS earned just below the 3-point criteria in ELA and math achievement as determined by RIDE's proficiency index. In this measurement, a school needs 68 out of 100 points to qualify for a 3-point score in the area of achievement. In ELA, WMS was 67, which is 1 point short, and in math they were 66, which is 2 points short. So just to note that there is a dip here at Wickford, which we will definitely continue to look at and definitely continue to focus on as we have been. But we were very, very close to being at least back to where we were last year. It was just a small dip that brought us down in the 3-star area, but still definitely a need for a closer look and improvement, which we've begun. Okay, here we are in the Wickford performance. Fishing Cove Elementary School scored 4 stars, which is the same as it was in 2024. You can see your performance here of Fishing Cove. And that's the, kind of your deeper dive there for Fishing Cove. Again, most areas there in the strong performance area. Science proficiency a little bit beneath, as well as exceeds expectations in ELA.
Rob, why no ELP? Wouldn't that be?
So ELP is only for schools that have the qualifying number of students who receive ELP services that are rated in that area. Okay.
Do you know what that number is?
It's a percentage.
Yeah.
It has to be over 10%.
Yeah, it's over 10%.
All right, something like
Yeah,
that. Oh,
yeah.
thank you.
Yep. Okay, Forest Park Elementary School is rated at 4 stars, which is up from 3 stars in 2024. And Forest Park improved in the area of achievement and growth, which were up to 12 points compared to 11 in 2024. Also, students with disabilities were cited last year for TSI and ATSI in achievement and growth, and they were not identified in 2025. So that represents improvement that is worthy of recognition for our Forest Park students and faculty. Again, here's our Forest Park performance. And again, just highlighting a positive movement here. Growth in ELA was cited as a focus area at Forest Park last year, and that was improved this year and is no longer a focus area. Hamilton Elementary earned 5 stars this year, and this is an improvement from 3 stars in 2024. So you can see Hamilton's performance in both achievement and growth in school quality and student success. Their 14 points earned in achievement and growth were up from 12 points in 2024. There you can see again the performance of our Hamilton students this past year. And growth in math was identified as a focus area in 2024 and is no longer a focus area in 2025 due to their improvements. Quidnesset Elementary School earned 3 stars, which is the same as they earned in 2024. You can see the performance here from the Quidnesset team. They earned 3 points, or 3 stars, I should say, in achievement and growth, as well as 4 stars in English language proficiency and 4 stars in school quality and student success. Okay, this is a deeper dive into our Quidnesset performance. Okay. I want to highlight a couple of things here for Quidnesset because they were cited in that TSI reason. TSI is a recognition that RIDE gives, or a note that RIDE gives for low performance of a particular subgroup. So at Quidnesset, they were cited for a TSI designation in the area of Black and African American students and also English language learners. We spent some time speaking to the representatives from RIDE to dig into that a little bit deeper. And we learned a little bit, and we have improvements to make in these areas, but there's also some, I think, facts worthy of note. For our Black and African American students, there were not enough students that had growth scores to count towards the overall proficiency index. So grade 3 students are not counted for growth since they've never tested before. So there weren't enough to do that. So achievement scores placed the subgroup in ATSI for the 2nd consecutive year. However, growth scores couldn't count because of the total size. So the growth scores for the Black African American students couldn't count, which could possibly have moved them out of that designation. They did show the Black African American students showed an ELA growth index of 0.93, which is an improvement from the previous year. So that should be noted as an accomplishment, and would place them on par with other student demographic groups. Okay. And also for English language learners, the N size for 2025 was not large enough to be evaluated for most categories under overall low performance. So by default, they remained in the ATSI categorization. So it was really due to the fact that there was a smaller number. Okay. So that's the Quidnesset score. And then Stony Lane Elementary of 4 stars. Stony Lane was down from 5 stars in 2024. And so achievement and growth at Stony Lane was down a couple of points, from 15 points down to 13 points in this year. So we saw a little bit of a dip there, and we're definitely going to, again, take a closer look at the results and the performance of students in the grade levels that were tested. So overall, the performance that we saw, there's highlights to point to. There's also areas that we obviously have to look at more closely and improvements that we can make. There are steps that we're taking already at the school level, working with principals, working with teams of teachers on digging into this data and on using it to help inform us in terms of direction and professional learning. And I'm happy to take your questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Questions from the committee?
I had a quick question for you. How far back are you all going when you say you're looking back over the year-to-year differences? For instance, specifically Wickford Middle School, you said obviously they went from a 4 to a 3, although there were a couple points off. Because I'm thinking a handful of years back, Wickford Middle was actually at a 5. So are you all, and I don't even know who the team is who's looking at this, but are you all gauging either the improvement or to see what the benefits are and the strategies are versus?
We do. We tend to look at cohorts of students and how they move through the school. And Wickford's an interesting case because we try to look at what kind of like growth are cohorts of kids making as they move through the 3 years of middle school. And in Wickford, we had some significant highlights to point to as far as like students coming up from 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade. There were some areas though that we felt that probably could use a little bit of a closer look as far as performance of certain groups of students within certain grade levels, which we're going to be doing more on a level with teams of teachers and whatnot. So there's areas of growth that are happening, but there's other areas where maybe we could kind of take a little bit of a deeper look at that we would kind of look to for improvement.
Have you seen that comparable to DMS? I mean, have you seen that things are comparable to DMS, or is the growth different
Similar.
Between the two?
They're similar. They're similar, but not exactly the same.
Right.
There's some commonalities in terms of, again, like as kids progress through the middle school levels, like trends that we're seeing. And so there are definitely some overlap we see with both schools, but then also both schools kind of present their own challenges depending on the level of performance or the level of improvement needed at particular subject areas or particular grade levels.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Other questions from the committee?
No, I just have a comment. I feel like, are we focusing more on middle school? Because I feel like us both being a 3 and the achievement and growth in math and ELA is concerning. Because at that point in middle school, they were coming from schools that were higher stars to now they're all at a 3-star. I guess I mean it. So.
Middle school is definitely an area that's getting a lot of focus and attention. It's a significant priority for us as a district. We recognize the challenges that middle school presents, but also the opportunities that middle school presents. Our middle school teams are working really hard. They're really invested in looking deeply at the practices that we're doing there. Also the challenges that middle school creates in terms of students transitioning up from the elementary school and the environment they're coming from, and also getting them ready for the environment they're going to enter when they go into high school. So it's definitely a challenging area, but I'm very confident in our teams at the middle school levels. They're working really hard. They're invested in really diving into the data and looking at how they can improve.
Something I always remember too about our current middle schoolers is they were first, second, and third grade when the pandemic hit, and so were highly affected in those formative years. And so there's a lot of factors going into different things, but I always try to remember, like, it seems like a really long time ago, but like we could still be having some learning loss and some recovery, I think, from that. And then I'm sure it gets exacerbated when they get to the middle school too. So I agree, Sherry, that additional support and looking at that is really important, because not only are they in a tough grade area, but also I think they were probably really affected in elementary school.
Yeah, no, I agree, because I feel like there's more intervention in elementary and there's not as much in middle school. And so those kids, like you were saying, had intervention and then they don't get it in middle school, and I think it's showing in our numbers.
And so this report, just so I can clarify, because you came and you presented the RICAS scores a couple of weeks ago. RICAS scores are partially in this one as well, right? So
Correct.
Even if because they contradict each other, but they don't, so it's saying oh, it's a 5-star school, but also RICAS math was below what we wanted it to be, and so, but it is somewhat factored into that achievement and growth part, correct?
It is. It is. The achievement and growth is really driven by the testing.
Yeah.
So that's really what's gonna drive that rating alone. But obviously, there's other ratings besides the achievement and growth.
Yeah.
It also looks too at, when you're looking at RICAS, it looks at the percentage of students that either met or exceeded.
Yeah.
So they're looking at that too. They're not just looking at how many,
Sure.
that percentage is part of how they calculate the ratings and the criteria of it being a 3, 4, or 5.
Got it.
One thing I think, I'm glad you mentioned that, Dr. Duval. One thing I think it's worthy of note that I could have mentioned when I was going through my presentation is the fact that the rating of achievement for the purpose of rating the STAR scores, it factors any score above proficiency as the same. So there's no like extra weight given if you achieve higher than 3 on the RICAS, for example. If you achieve a 4 on the RICAS, that's not weighted any differently than you are if you choose a 3. So it just needs, it's just a noteworthy thing.
Yeah, the other thing that they don't control for is, which I think is good but bad, is the ELA students and the percentage of that and the impact on the school. And so I know it is a little bit, but like a lot of our schools didn't even get that metric, and so you're not comparing apples to apples.
Yes.
When you're comparing a school like Quinn, and then you're comparing the other schools, because the other schools didn't even get ranked on that, on how they're supporting students in that area.
That's a very good
That's
point.
not.
Yes.
I think it just is important to remember because they're not even taking they're not even controlling for how many students a
Correct.
school would be supporting, and so that's. I mean, that's a lot in my mind, but I mean, I think data is data, and it's important to kind of keep an eye on it. But that when you're saying like, oh, this is a STAR school, like that is a huge asterisk in my mind.
Yeah, and it's a piece of data. Obviously, we take it seriously. We use it like we do other pieces of data. But it's like anything else. It's one piece of data that's helpful to identify what our needs are and identify how we can improve.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next report. I'm assuming, Mr. Mizzanotti, you're saying that for
Yep.
Vision of the Learner?
Yeah, if we don't mind, I don't know if we can switch to the next. I don't have a slideshow for this particular one, but I just wanted to just give a. Yeah, there it is. The website. Okay. So I wanted to give an update on the North Kingstown Vision of the Learner. So just to give a little background, the Vision of the Learner, we established a design team in January of 2024, and the design team includes representative stakeholders, including administrators, teachers, students, parents, and also community members. Our task was to identify skills that describe the continuum of learning that all students will experience in our school system. And these skills were established to kind of transcend content areas or grade levels, but rather serve as a foundation of lifelong learning, and to really talk about the kind of transferable skills that students will practice not only in their time as students, but also in whatever path they choose to pursue after graduation. And so after several months of feedback, including presentations to PTOs, faculty and staff, student community surveys, we established the skills, and they were identified as communicate to express, collaborate to connect, navigate change to adapt and thrive, problem solve to innovate, and analyze to think critically. And so those were the skills that we established. And from there, the design team went about creating sub-skill areas and also learning progression, which are called I can statements that kind of describe the action-based practices that students will work on and will aim to demonstrate in different grade levels. And those are available on the website here, which is linked to our main page. And so, yeah, you can see there, that's the visuals that we've created. Does this thing work to scroll? Thanks. Thank you. So these are the visuals that we created to represent our vision of the learner, just our posters to represent the skills that we've identified, and also just describe the sub-skills there. Okay. For this year, for the 25-26 school year, the general goal is to this year to bring the VOL to life in classrooms and schools throughout our district. And to do this, we are looking to work collaboratively with our stakeholders to establish a strong understanding of the skills and the progressions, to also work collaboratively to share strategies and to celebrate successes, to implement pilot projects in that are aligned to the VOL skills, projects that challenge the students and bring about kind of dynamic, exciting learning. Also to encourage teacher autonomy and creativity in order to make the VOL come alive in the classroom. And to also celebrate the innovative and engaging and student-centered practices that are already happening, whereas many, many things our teachers are doing every single day and have been doing for quite some time that are very much aligned to the VOL, and really just identifying those and naming them and celebrating them is something. And so this year, the design team is focused on looking closely into the I can statements that are captured in the learner progressions and how they are being actively integrated into the student learning experience, and how students are getting opportunities to actively practice these skills throughout the different grade level bands. So we've created this website to try to bring attention to the work that's going on. The Vision Learner Center Student Voice, one of the really exciting things that we've done this year is on October 10th, when we had professional development for teachers, students, high school students, who are some members of the design team and also members of our leadership academy, they received training to actually lead the teacher professional learning around the VOL skills. So the idea is that the VOL is aimed to really center student voice and give students ownership and autonomy in some of their learning. And we started to try to model that by our students leading professional development. It was a really fun day, and the students did a fantastic job, and it was really something that I think was very memorable for them and for the teachers. We're also looking to bring examples of the VOL coming alive at schools. You can see here Forest Park, some of our students who are presenting, demonstrating the communicate to express skill in their work. They're kindergarten students. These are some of our Forest Park students as well, demonstrating some of their expressing ideas, harnessing powerful tools, listening and contributing, sort of learning in action. Stony Lane has contributed some really nice pictures and projects that have they've looked to align to the VOL as well. And so this is really just a way for us to try to just celebrate the great learning that's going on and celebrate the way that our teachers and our students are making learning come to life in their classrooms and how the VOL works into that. So that is kind of where we are right now with the Vision of the Learner. We are really looking forward to moving forward this year and to continuing the work that we're doing and to continue to just collaborate together to make learning memorable and meaningful to our students. So from there, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Rob. And so we asked Mr. Mezzanotte to come and do this, and we also have later in the agenda a agenda item for the approval of the vision and learner skills and competencies, because we did want the school committee to at least kind of take what Mr. Mezzanotte is talking about and confirm or not, because it is a big part of our curriculum, et cetera. So questions for Mr. Mezzanotte regarding the presentation? Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to citizens' comments. Okay, there
May
it
I? May I speak?
is. For citizens'
As
comments.
As a parent?
Yeah, you just have to go up to the thing. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Megan Riley, and I'm here in my capacity as a parent of a student in the North Kingstown High School. On Saturday, there was a robotics competition that many of our students went to in Providence at the Wheeler School. And I'm speaking because I believe I represent a lot of parents in this community, and I hope that I do represent their feelings this evening. So I'm going to try to speak from the heart. But I wanted to say that during the competition, I was in touch with my husband. Many parents were there. Many family members were there. Many teachers were there, faculty members. There was a bus driver, Mr. Hancock was there. And they left the high school at 6 a.m. and they didn't return until 9 p.m. because in the middle of the competition, the incident in Providence occurred and the entire city went on lockdown, but the Wheeler School was also on lockdown. And in that time, I can say that it is much different to be on the outside than it is to be on the inside, at least for my son and my husband. They were extremely calm, and when they reached out to me and told us about an active shooter, I had just woken up from a nap and I had no clue what was going on, and it took a long time to find anything out on the news and on the internet and searching, but the North Kingstown School Department handled it exceptionally well. And I really just wanted to acknowledge that because there were so many different people involved and in our community as well. I have already gone onto social media and expressed this, but I think it's really important. I wanted to go on record because in a time of crisis, I've been in a lockdown, in this district as a sub. I've been in a shelter in place in this district as a sub. And I can tell you that on the inside, every adult is extremely professional and the students are extremely well cared for. The police department is always doing an exceptional job. When you're on the outside, you don't know what's going on and you're freaking out and you're getting all of the sensationalism that the news does give you, and it's very difficult to parse through what's actually reality versus what's going on the inside. Everyone from Dr. Juva to Miss Finkelstein, I was going to say Miss Shalali, our counselors, the robotics coaches, the robotics teachers, Mr. Powell and Miss Shields, all of the parents who were there, everyone reached out to each other. People were offering to walk dogs and go over each other's houses to take care of little children who were home alone with other parents or other babysitters while they were here in North Kingstown. People who were in the buildings were offering to drive children home who may not have had parents with them that day. Wheeler School was amazing. Our police department was amazing. Our fire department, I heard, went up there. They were amazing. Poor Mr. Hancock, the bus driver, probably didn't expect to be there all day and have his bus swept by the police department in Providence before the end of the evening. But everyone handled it exceptionally well. And the reason I also want to mention this is because it didn't just stop there. Dr. Juva met the bus at 9 o'clock at night. He didn't have to do that. I will say that I always considered myself to be cool as a cucumber, and I would be cool when it, came time for a crisis. And apparently that's not the case, because I was on the phone texting or trying to get in touch with Dr. Juva and Ms. Finkelstein, and literally by the time I got in touch with them, like 10 minutes after I heard this happen, they knew everything that was going on. The teachers on the inside had everything under control. Everyone keeps asking me how my son and husband are, and they should probably ask how I'm doing, because my son and husband are completely well taken care of. We even got a phone call yesterday. In addition to all of the messages, all of the emails that were going around, we got a phone call yesterday from the social worker, the school social worker, is that correct? At the high school? School psychologist, Ms. Monaco.
Yes.
And she was calling every single parent. So we got messages all day long Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday, and these are the weekends for all of our staff. And I really admire the fact that they took the time to reach out to all of us and after the fact. And there was a meeting for robotics on Monday, and they don't normally meet on Mondays, where Dr. Juva and Mr. Anderson, and I apologize, I don't know who else, but sat down with the children and the students and offered any support they could possibly give. And I just want to recognize that, because it's like the YMCA guys. Every single person in this community took on a different role, but they all banded together to make sure that we all felt secure and comforted at a really tough time. Naturally, our students are very well taken care of. For the victims, they had it much worse than the rest of us did, but we are just grateful. I know I'm grateful. My family is grateful. And I also want to say that something occurred with my family yesterday, and this morning my daughter's teacher and her entire class reached out in a certain way of communication to my family and to my daughter. And it's just, in the last few days, this town has really, proven their mettle, and METTLE, and they've really proven how we come together despite our differences and despite our things that may divide us all the time in other situations. But it's the holidays, and I just thought this was important for me to share, because I'm really proud to be part of this community and to be a part of the school committee. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the day before Saturday, we had a wonderful National Unified banner raising ceremony where the entire high school and staff and faculty were there, and all of our staff members at the upper levels were invited, and that was just a wonderful time to come together as well. Unfortunately, it was marred by the weekend events, but it showed two different sides of the coin, but it also showed how we're just all so unified. And kudos to you all. You all did a great job. And I'm going to stop now before I start to cry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. I know you weren't able to come yesterday, which was completely understandable. We did talk a little bit about it, and thank Dr. Duper and folks as well. But I'm so glad that you were able to speak, and I'm glad. And I'm glad your husband and son are doing well, as well as hopefully the rest of the team at the high school. And good job, Shipali. Any other citizens' comments? Okay. Moving forward, Dr. Duper, Superintendent reports.
All right, so I'll ask you bear with me because I do have a lot tonight. So just to start off with some district highlights, our schools have been holding their winter concert performances. Some of them started last week, some of them this week, some will be next week. So there's a lot happening at the schools and then performance around music. Last weekend, members of the DMS girls basketball team had the opportunity to scrimmage during the halftime of the PC women's basketball game versus Stonehill, so it was an exciting time for them. DMS Grade 8 students attended the Junior Achievement Inspire Forums at the Convention Center. We have our upcoming district spelling bee on January 12th. That would be at the high school auditorium. We also have in January, and January 8th, our upcoming high school 8th grade open house. At Hamilton Elementary School, something exciting that they're doing, our 5th grade, led by the teachers and with their students, they are doing the National American Flag Project. It's called My America, which was created after 9/11. It's a non-political initiative designed to celebrate unity, democracy, and the values that connect us to the country. And students will create tiles around one of the following prompts. What does unity, democracy, and being American mean to you? What is your dream for America's future? And what makes you feel proud to be part of America? So a lot of great things happening at the schools. At a district level, I just want to make sure the school committee is aware that we are going through a federal program monitoring with the Department of Education. That happens every few years. Basically what the Department of Education is doing, they're monitoring our federal programs, so the federal grants we receive, which are within Title I, Title III, Title IV, and McKinney-Vento. So it's not all of them, but it's still most of them, and that's a lot. RIDE will monitor the implementation of effective educational programs while ensuring compliance with federal program requirements. Basically, they're making sure that we have done what we said we were doing through our grants and spending the federal funds the way we said we were going to do it. So monitoring for these programs will involve a combination of RIDE's review of LEA documents, virtual monitoring, and ongoing technical assistance to ensure that we are in compliance with program requirements. So I think it's important to note it's a lot that Mr. Mezzanotte and Dr. Clark are doing right now. Very time consuming, and most of it is due by January 15th. We had a wonderful celebration at the high school for the high school being recognized as a Unified Champions School. So on December 12th, inclusion took center stage at North Kingstown High School as we proudly celebrated being named a Special Olympics Unified Champions School. With student leaders at the heart of the program, inspiring voices, school spirit, and our community united in the Inclusion Pledge. This moment was a powerful reminder that when students lead with acceptance, everyone belongs. This national recognition is awarded to schools that meet 10 national standards of excellence across 3 core areas: unified sports, inclusive youth leadership, and whole school engagement. A national panel of leaders from Special Olympics and the education community reviewed our work and affirmed that our high school is a model for inclusive practices. We extend our gratitude to our students and special education teachers, Ms. Amy Maserlian and Mrs. Sydney Sweeney, for organizing the celebration and for their ongoing leadership in promoting inclusion, as well as the many staff and volunteers and Special Olympics Rhode Island for their partnership and support. There is a video of the program, a short video. It's on our Facebook page, our North Kingstown School Department Facebook page, and it's on our school website for those that want to view it. I also just want to spend a little bit of time regarding the incident from this past weekend. So we did a lot of work. We sent out communication to our schools. I think it's important to mention tonight that we want to assure our school community and our staff that the safety of our students, staff, and school community remains our highest priority. In light of recent events at Brown University this weekend, the North Kingstown School Department is conducting thorough due diligence to ensure the continued safety of our schools. I am in constant communication with North Kingstown Police Chief John Urban, and we are working closely with our local public safety partners. As a precautionary measure, there will be increased police presence around our schools, and all our staff have been directed to be especially vigilant in the coming days. We have prepared our administrators and staff with resources to support our students who may need it. As always, we are grateful for our strong partnership with the North Kingstown Police and Fire Departments, and together we remain committed to maintaining a safe, secure, and supportive learning environment for everyone in our school community. I want to thank our town officials, our local law enforcement, and our school committee for their continued support for the safety of our schools. Our thoughts are with the Brown University community at this time. And thank you to our families for your continued trust and partnership. And I also just want to publicly thank our robotics team instructors, Ms. Shields and Mr. Powell, for their dedication and care with our students over the weekend. We also updated all of our staff and families with resources to support themselves as well as to support their students. This information is located on all of our school websites, and that was updated earlier today. I've been having ongoing conversations with our administration and office staff regarding our safety procedures and events at our schools. And I just want the committee to know that tomorrow I'll be meeting with Chief Urban, Ms. Finkelstein, Mr. Tober, and Mr. Petrucci, along with members of our Athletic Booster Club, Musical Booster Club, and PTO to discuss emergency preparedness plans for after-school and evening events. And our goal is to ensure that everyone feels informed, prepared, and confident in how to respond if a situation were to arise. So we're really trying to make sure at all levels we are making sure our schools are safe, that we are preparing those involved, and we are doing that closely with our local police department. So that is everything.
Thank you so much, Dr.
You're
Duva.
welcome.
Routine items. As I mentioned earlier, we did not take any votes in executive session today. Can I please get a motion to seal the executive session minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then moving on to the consent agenda. Before we make a motion to approve the consent agenda, does anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
D, I, or 1?
The
D1? Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, so can I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus D little I? I don't know, 1.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then can I please get a motion for DI?
Motion to, I guess, discuss.
Second.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if anyone's here who can answer this for me, but I was just wondering about the Wilson language training. I'm curious to know what the classroom teachers, if there's been any feedback on that, how they feel about the foundations in general. I just realized that kind of in our nation in general, with the struggling reports we're seeing on reading and literacy skills and being kind of below the target where we are always hoping to be. I'm just wondering if teachers think that the current curriculum, if there's any feedback, is the current curriculum working, these foundations programs? Is there any consideration of going back to phonics at any point or something along those lines?
It is phonics. So foundations. So foundations, and you can
No, go
talk
ahead, go
too,
ahead.
but I can just say from the feedback that I've heard from teachers, and I will also say as a parent of having kids in elementary school, combinations of the Foundations Wilson program that we're using and the Integrity program, we are seeing results with the kids, and I know that from talking to teachers. So when you talk about phonics, you talk about phonemic awareness, you talk about early literacy skills, it's all combined within that. So Wilson, and I know from your educational experience, you know most of this, but it's a multisensory learning approach, right? Multisensory approach to learning the sounds, making the relationship between the sounds and the letter symbols, and teaching reading. These are very important skills. We have to have that because our Wit and Wisdom program does not. So in order for Wit and Wisdom to be considered a green curriculum, Wit Ride as high quality, you have to have your foundational skills with phonics and phonemic awareness. And we are doing that through Wilson, and we're doing that through Hegarty. And we are seeing great progress. And I also, as a parent, I've seen it myself with my own child.
Okay, yeah, I'm just always curious about the feedback, the data about, it's been a bunch of years now that we've had, a few years anyway, that we've had these programs in place, and I'm wondering, a lot of times we see the programs being implemented, but then, the feedback after a few years isn't necessarily presented, so I'm always curious to hear what the teachers have to think, or have to say about this.
One thing I'd also add is that when we adopted Wit and Wisdom, one of the primary drivers for that adoption was the fact that Wit and Wisdom allowed us to keep foundations, which the teachers really wanted. Other curriculum that they had to choose from would have come with their own phonics programs that were new for them. They wanted to keep the foundations, which they had done before Wit and Wisdom. They wanted to keep that. So that was, I know, a big that was a significant part of the adoption of Wit and Wisdom, was the fact that they could keep the program that they had kept previously.
And what we're being asked to do today is just a 1 year, correct? Or is it more than 1 year?
It is,
It seemed like just one, but
yes.
I'm happy to approve this, especially with what you all just said, but I wonder if there is any data, and I'm not, correct me on how to say this, but like on how many of our students are hitting level 2 when, like in one, and like is there a way to quantify, I guess, how students are doing in comparison to maybe peers or to where you would expect them to be, if that makes sense.
So,
So like, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. So if for level 1, a student has hit has to hit a certain benchmark, like how many of our students are hitting that benchmark?
so foundations.
I guess however they quantify it.
So foundations are tier 1, right? That's part
Yep.
of the tier 1 core curriculum.
Yep.
So that's what all students are getting.
Yep.
When
Isn't there like steps within that though,
there
as
is,
they
but
move
that,
through it?
but that is more the Wilson intervention programs.
I guess any data that you could possibly give us to
Yeah, we could
quantify
look
how
at-
students are doing.
Yeah, we can,
I think
so
I'm
we
with
can definitely look
Megan
at
on
that
kind of just knowing if
share,
it.
like how students are doing in those early reading skills,
Yep.
concepts.
I'd just be curious, especially when we're having conversations about pre-K and about those things, like it would be interesting to look at the students that are going through our pre-K program and how they're faring versus maybe students that aren't going through our pre-K program and seeing if there's any difference. Any other questions regarding this? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. Actually, I don't know if we're in a motion to approve.
Oh, no, not yet.
Yep. So if we, does
All right,
anyone?
make a motion to approve the
Second.
contract.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve from Megan and a second from Sherry. Any discussion?
Not anymore.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Okay, now moving on to special reports. Let me see that. Miss Lima was going to present these, but unfortunately she had a sudden need to be absent today, and so why don't we roll those to the next meeting and we'll get an update from her. She shared some things with me for policy, but I don't see an update from those. Absolutely lying. I do have it. Just kidding. So I'll read this quickly. The office hours report on Wednesday, 11/29, the central admin office, there was one hosted at 7 p.m. We had no theme topic for that one, and there were 0 people in attendance. But thank you. I believe, Sherry, you held space for that one, correct? The November one?
I did, and the topic was going to be like safety in the school. But yes, we did.
Okay,
not
perfect.
have anyone
Thank you
attend.
for that. And then on 12/10 at DMS, there was one held at 5 p.m. The reason for that location and time was there was a concert later, so trying to maximize possibly if families wanted to come right before that. We had 0 parents and family members that came, but 1 teacher did come and expressed some ways to expressed different ways to support students and things that they were seeing with their students. And so we had a nice conversation with that teacher that was willing to come, and we'll be forwarding those notes along to Dr. Duba. Okay, and that is the entire report for office hours. Any questions regarding that? Okay. And then moving on to advisory subcommittee
Can I
reports.
just mention something?
Sure.
I misspoke when I mentioned foundations. I saw it written here, foundations. I thought it was the foundations we're using at the tier 1 level, and I just pulled up. I didn't have it in front of me. So it is for the training for the tier 2, tier 3. So it's the intervention, it's the Wilson language training that we provide through intervention. Sorry, I didn't have it in front of my
No worries.
screen, so
It's
I
okay.
just want to just mention that so we can look at that differently. That would be different data than others.
Yeah, no worries.
So
Thank you so much for
You're
the
welcome.
clarification. Okay, so with the advisory subcommittee reports, I'll do the DEI one. So the DEI subcommittee met last on 11/19. Jen was.
I'm sorry to
Just skip
interrupt.
something.
Asset Management Committee presentation?
Just kidding.
Sorry
I'm
about
so sorry.
That's all right. It's all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, it's mushed. Thank you for that correction. Okay, Asset Management Committee, Dr. Duba?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you for that.
Thank you. So last, you received the attachment from, right, did you receive that?
Yeah, we
It's
did.
not-
I mean, you don't have to go over the
No.
whole thing because you also presented it, which
Yeah,
I believe is
I just want to
recorded.
make sure you have it. It's recorded.
Yeah.
So that meeting was last Tuesday night. Every year I have to go, and sometimes it's in January. This year it was earlier. Just present to them what we are putting into our capital improvement plan for the upcoming fiscal year, and then they will consider those projects. I did let them know it was preliminary because we haven't gone through school committee with our budgeting and putting the capital improvement plan to you yet. They understood that. There really were no questions that I put forward. I said everything really is just the maintaining systems within the building that we have to do. There were no questions. I told them if something changes, I would, and their response was, good job. We're happy with what you're doing with the schools. Keep up the good work that you're doing. That was pretty much the entirety of it.
So, apologies, I did not get
That's
to
okay.
watch the meeting, but this is why I was kind of asking for this to be discussed this evening. With their feedback to you, usually I believe the process is that they're kind of supposed to be, hopefully if they agree with what you presented, they come to bat for us, and then they will present it to the town council with their recommendations.
They will. They'll take that. Sometimes what they do is they prioritize it. I mean, I put asterisks next to the projects that, with Armin, our interim facilities director, when we looked at it, felt was the most important of things that needed to be done. So they have that. There was no feedback at that meeting. They went through everything. They thought what we put through was, responsible of us and needs of the schools. I told them that if something changes through our budget process and putting the capital improvement plan forward to you, that we would let them know prior to them having to submit anything to the town council.
So to clarify, because there was no feedback, if we look at your presentation, which I know you gave to all of us, so we looked through it, but and what you presented is the same thing. So therefore, you're saying they're in agreement with your recommendations, and they didn't have any issues.
They didn't disagree with anything that we
Okay.
put forward. So
Okay, thanks.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Anything else regarding that item? Okay, great. Now we will move on to the advisory subcommittee reports. Thanks for catching that. Okay, first one is the DEI advisory committee. I have that one from Ms. Lima. The DEI subcommittee met on 11/19. Ms. Lima was unable to attend, and so I chaired the meeting for her. Mr. Mezzanotte provided an overview on the Holocaust and Genocide education curriculum across the district and resources available at the state level for educators and families. A recognition award was talked about for Special Olympics, as Dr. Duca and Megan mentioned earlier, for NKHS as a National Unified Champion School was announced. Mr. Mezzanotte also announced that the new Equity, Belonging, and Engagement Coordinator had been hired and introduced. Allie, who was in attendance as a guest, her appointment to the committee is on the agenda for this evening. And a status update on the accountability/inclusion review was discussed, and further coordination with CLEC is expected. And the group also continued to discuss goals for the advisory committee for this upcoming year, and the next meeting is on December 17th, which is tomorrow. Okay, any questions regarding that one? Okay, moving on to policy, I have that one as well. The Policy Advisory Committee met met on November 21st. We finished our review of the internet-related policies, responsible use of tech, CIPA internet use, internet filtering, logon usage, and written information security programs, and the revisions are on the agenda for this evening. We also reviewed and approved the additional revisions in the draft of a proposed new policy on cultural respect and inclusion engagement policy that is on our agenda for a first read this evening tonight. And our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, December 22nd at 5 p.m. Any questions regarding that? Okay, moving on to budget and finance. Sherry?
Yeah, so we met on December 1st, and we discussed or reviewed the North Kingstown School Department fiscal year 2027 budget calendar, just so we were making sure that we were meeting around the times. And we kind of just discussed a little bit about funding needs for math and ELA support, as well as grant positions that we might not have funding for. And then we're kind of prepared, like Leslie Ann prepared us that she'll have everything that we'll need for our next meeting, which is on January 12th, so that we'll be able to make recommendations to the school committee.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for the Budget and Finance Advisory Committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to redistricting. Who, does somebody want to give that report?
Can we do that? I can do that.
If you can do, because it was really just the consultant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we introduced the committee to the consultant, which is the Citygate GIS. We went through timeline of the work that needs to be done. Right now, we're still in the stage of, the data that he needed has been submitted. He's putting together, the plots and building maps. He'll start looking at putting different scenarios together, but that's a lot of work that he has to do. We said we meet up later winter. We don't need to meet every single month. Some of the work that we will do prior to having committee meetings is looking at transportation studies that have been done, as well as research on school start times. That's a lot of the committee work we have to do. His role in this really is going to be putting together what the suggested scenarios will be, and then assisting us with, in doing so, what would the tiered systems look like for school start times as well as transportation. But the first step is really looking at the redistricting and then the other two. And the goal is that a recommendation will be brought to the school committee in March of 2027 for implementation of the 27-28 school year.
Thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to Building Advisory Committee.
I wasn't there. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. So
It was really
building.
just the construction manager.
Yeah, we had discussions on the construction manager at risk, recommendations moving forward, which had all been approved by school committee and town council last night. So we're bringing on Shawmut as our construction manager at risk. The executive from Shawmut was actually on our call today. So they're starting to do their work. A lot of what they'll be focusing on is cost estimates as they come through and looking at how to keep us within budget as the construction phases start.
Great. Health and Wellness Advisory Committee.
We met on December 9th, and Kayla from the North Kingstown Prevention Coalition attended as a guest, and she provided some great information on vaping information that they have available. And then Allie, the new Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator, attended as a guest, and she's going to take the lead on creating the vaping sign contest, which is something that we had been discussing. So it was nice that she was there to help kind of coordinate that. And so the plan is to coordinate the vaping curriculum with this vaping sign contest, along with vaping information, and then even there's this visual of what vape is in vaping that Kayla kind of presented to us. So we're trying to figure out a way to kind of coordinate everything together. And our next meeting is January 14th, which I think we'll have everything sort of set by then.
Thank you. Any questions for the Health and Wellness Advisory Committee? Okay, and then lastly with CLAC, this was the November 13th meeting, and thank you to Dr. Santa for sending these notes along. So CLAC met and they had a presentation by attorney Amanda Tarswell, and this was really focused on special need estate planning and guardianship. And so it really focused on adult services and what families need to know about eligibility and how to help their loved ones set up trusts, etc., to make sure that especially as they move into adulthood that they are well taken care of. It sounds like they did a really nice and comprehensive professional development opportunity for families in the district. If folks are interested in that, it was recorded, and so that is available on the website for folks to be able to view. Dr. Santa was unable to attend, so there was no report from her, but Kendra did report out, talked about the Unified Champion Schools, as well as other updates just for the families about kind of things that were going on with the pathway programs, etc. They did also present that there was a special educator that resigned at Hamilton, and that they had some updates as well on Davisville Academy Early Learning Center. And then they are working through trying to align themselves with the standards that are set by the state, and so they have a pretty final draft almost of their bylaws. which their members, I believe, will be updating and voting on at their next meeting. Dr. Santa reviewed that, and I also reviewed it for them just from the school committee liaison lens. They also have been working really hard to do visibility for CLAC, and so they've been putting in welcome letters, brochures, etc. For families when they're getting information from their schools, so hopefully that will help them have more visibility. They also are still hosting their Cafe Connection program, which is in November. And then they have one coming up in February 4th, which is a casual time at North Coffee where families can meet and chat and support each other. And then they also work on speaker planning on who they would be having come in the future. So it sounded like a really productive meeting. It was unfortunate that I couldn't be there, but look forward to going to their January meeting. Okay, any questions regarding CLAC? Okay, thank you so much for all the reports from the advisory committees. Moving on to unfinished business, item A, can I get a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to table until we discuss and fix. And if we get a second, then I could discuss.
Second.
Okay, so there's so
You need a
motion to
motion
table,
to
you can't
discuss first. I don't think there's
You
any
have to do a
discussion on
motion
the
to
table.
discuss. You can't table
Sure,
us,
motion to discuss.
Second.
which is also a fake motion, but that's okay.
I know.
We continue to do it.
All right,
It's okay.
but I need to
So,
talk.
no, I know, that's fine. Okay, so we're in a motion to discuss for GCP. So if I remember correctly, we had talked about it at the last meeting, and then Dr. Duba with district attorney, we're gonna come back with at-will contracts for the GCP employees per our request at the last meeting.
Yeah, so, okay, I'm really struggling with this. I feel like we're inching closer and closer and closer, but I'm looking at, I have several issues. I'm looking at the contract, and it's just so generic to me. Now it's almost like too broad, where I understand the at-will, that we want, why we wanted to include the at-will. What my understanding of a contract is, that you bring to the school committee, you bring us an actual contract where there is a salary in there and kind of specific things. I feel like this is open. So for instance, we can approve this at-will contract, right? And Dr. Duba could turn around and just write in.
So my understanding is you're approving the form of the contract. So
Okay.
basically, if you were to hire me as a GCB employee, you would receive that recommendation from Dr.
like a
Duba
template.
in this form.
Yes,
A template is a better term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would have salary, it would have the dates and everything.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I just
think-
did this as a template.
We're not approving individual humans. Eventually, if we approve this template, then the administration would go back and they would make those contracts, and they can
Okay.
still come back to us.
So
This
that's,
is more
I was
to
just
give them
confused
guidance.
the way it was like posted in the agenda. It looked like we were just gonna approve it and then there you go. And then all these people had all these random haphazard.
We're making sure that you agree with this
Okay.
because it's something new and we've been going back and forth. We're getting approval on the template.
Okay.
And then this is what we would use for all the GCB employees. We'd still have to bring it back to you with all of, the completed contract.
Okay. I think that's the part I missed. So thank you for the clarification. Can I rescind my motion?
Well, just a motion to
Wait,
discuss, right?
wait,
That's just a motion to
wait.
discuss,
Oh,
Can
right?
I
that's
say
right.
another thing too? Would it be better to call it like the employee contract template, and then when you bring us the contract, it would say do you know what I mean? Like with
Yeah.
that, do you know what I mean with that?
Yeah, I mean,
Get
the way
the
it was
loophole
described to me is
that
we were
you're
looking at a
worried about.
form contract, and I think we gave you a form contract last year that was for a set of years, and the indication from the committee was at will. So yeah, in my mind, this is just a template, so you can see what the general contracts would look as they come to you with changes to names and salaries and positions and that sort of thing.
So really, I
Well,
can make a
template.
motion to add employee the.
Or look, you can make a
Template.
motion to just approve the at-will template. Because it's
Yeah.
on the
Oh,
agenda.
okay, so it does say at will
That's
template.
it.
All right,
Yeah,
I got
we
it.
need to change it.
So
I don't think we
that's-
need to change
Yeah, I think we're fine as far as what we're trying to achieve.
I
I think
didn't
what
see
we're
that,
trying to
but-
achieve
So
Yep.
is that the committee is okay with this
Yeah.
template, and
This
then
at-will
that would
template.
allow Dr. Duva to go back, and then they would fill in the information for the individual GCB employees that don't have contracts, and then we would move forward from there.
I do.
And I didn't see that will contract thing there. Sorry.
I do want to ask, just because this came up earlier, it came up earlier. Should we get clarification on who exactly the GCB employees are as well? Do you know what I mean? Because remember we talked about, does the superintendent fall under there or not?
No,
Well,
we
the
went over
only-
that
the
when we
only
did the
folks-
policy.
Yeah, and the only folks that would be affected right now are employees that don't have contracts. So there are employees that are under the GCB
I
policy
believe there
that
was
already
6 of
have
them
their
that
own
Yeah.
didn't have any
contracts.
contract. at
Yeah,
all.
but there's a handful, if you think 6 perhaps, 6 or
6
7.
is
Yeah.
the number I remember.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's
Okay.
only those 6 or 7 that would get this contract at this point, and then as we move forward with renewals and whatnot, we'll see like the other folks going
Okay.
forward.
So I have a crazy question. So those 6 that don't have a contract, is this going to be filled out and then come back to us to approve it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
that's
making
true.
sure that,
Got it.
because there was none, and there was a whole discussion of
Yep.
the policy and having a contract, not having a contract, what the contract's gonna say, if it's gonna be a 2-year, 3-year at will, and
Got it.
so.
So I said, we're
this
like
is where we
inching
land,
closer.
of
This is
what
good.
the language
This is
will
good.
be.
Got it.
As long as you approve the language, this is the contract we're gonna use, and we'll
Yep.
fill it in for each of those 6 employees and come back to it.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification on that.
Yep, so at this point, if we wanted to we could make a motion to approve the template, and then all that would do was say, yes, Dr. Duva, this template is fine, and then they would bring forward the contracts at a future meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if you had just made a motion to approve the first time, we wouldn't do the double discussion, but.
I
Oh.
didn't want to approve.
I know, well, so just
Got it,
just for
got it.
Robert's Rules of
Got
Order, clarification, you don't have to agree to
With the
make a
motion,
motion to approve.
just
You
to
can-
talk about
Yeah,
it.
you
But
can
I'm
say.
afraid if I make a motion and then people don't second it because they don't agree with it.
Yeah, that is valid,
Yeah.
but I was just clarifying, you don't have to vote affirmatively to make a motion to approve.
Got it.
Which is weird, but is how it is. Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Did we have a second, Stephanie? I don't think we
Yeah,
are. Great.
Sherry.
We got to the discussion point. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, great. All right, moving forward, on item B, we, just a quick update on this, at last night's, joint meeting with the town council, we had, I believe, came up with a date for the meeting for the state, legislative conversation
January
where
26th.
our folks will be coming, and so, Mr. Case is telling me it's gonna be January 26th, and so that will be, at the town council meeting. But it will be after the policy advisory committee time, and so I believe policy advisory wraps up at 7, and so I think, the town clerk was saying 7:30, and that will be at the town hall. And so again, that conversation is really to express, concerns and needs of North Kingstown at the state level, that particularly our state legislation, has the ability to advocate and, put forward bills or support things, and so, that conversation will be with them and the town council on January 26th at 7:30.
I forget, is that during a regular town council meeting or is that a special meeting?
So we have to call it a joint meeting because anytime the 5 of us are in space, we have to do it as a meeting. So it's their normal meeting, but
Okay.
just like we did last night, we'll convene into the joint meeting or however they're gonna put it on their agenda. They'll probably start, then at 7:30, we'll start the joint meeting portion, then we'll adjourn our part, and then if they have more business, they'll continue on. So it's
Okay.
their regular meeting, and we get to go twice that week.
Okay, thanks.
I did try to have it here, but
I know.
it didn't
legislative
work. It
session
didn't work.
Tuesday.
Yeah. If we did
Okay.
it this time of year, it would work. Like, that's what I was thinking we could do is before they get into session, it would be more beneficial to have a conversation, but maybe next year.
Are we submitting priorities to the town clerk as in years past?
Yes, so Jeanette did say that she would like priorities by
Oh, she said that,
the 12th.
I thought so.
Yeah. So if you do have anything that you would like on that agenda, so that she can forward it on to the state legislative body, we need to send it to her by January 12th. And I believe last year we sent all of them to, like, Stephanie, and then Stephanie sent it to Jeanette. Is that correct?
I think, was it Jules maybe? Was that
Yeah, it was Jules last year, but I
Yeah.
believe this
Yeah.
year would be Stephanie to forward along, so we can do that as well. All right, any other questions or comments regarding that?
Nope.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Item C, superintendent goals.
So I submitted to you the, my goals with the changes from the last meeting, so anything in blue is what I added or changed based on questions that came up at the last meeting. I don't know if you want me to go through all of that, or,
Did I get a motion for this?
I'm sorry.
a motion to discuss superintendent goals. Because do we vote?
Or
on them?
approve, we are approving them.
All right, a motion to approve the superintendent goals for 2025, 2026.
Second.
Question regarding that? And the blue was things that you would change, correct, Ken?
Yep, blue is what was changed and added.
Thank you so much for working through that.
You're welcome.
Okay, hearing no discussion, we'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the 25-26 superintendent goals, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on to item D, can I get a motion for item D?
Motion to ask what this is.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do this one.
Just do motion to discuss? Yep. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. I believe this was a request that came from a committee member, Dr. Duba.
Yes, Sherry requested additional information that's in the contract with the North Kingstown Bus Association to be added. So that was on here to discuss tonight. Most of what she's requesting, hold on, I have the wrong thing in front of me.
Oh, yeah, I wanted just to, but the spreadsheet wasn't attached.
Yeah, that's where I'm confused as well, because we
Well,
don't
we
have any.
didn't, because we didn't add anything yet because the request was coming through, so we need to discuss.
We
tonight
could, do you want
if
to
we're
move it to
adding or
next,
not
the
adding.
next meeting?
Well, no, I
Just-
think it's important we discuss because I do have, why can't I find it in the email? You gave me, I thought I had everything in here tonight. Hold on a second. I tried to put all this in order based on the agenda items. One second. Sorry about that. I thought
I found it. So then I also had asked about adding a column with the new expiration date because I feel like I didn't look up at the form today, so if it was added, I didn't look. Just because I feel like the expiration of when the buses are seems to be like the old expiration, so we don't really actually know.
Yeah, so what, my only concern was you were asking us to go back through the school committee minutes and to attach
Oh, no,
the
you already-
approvals. So my
You
only
already,
did I
but we
refer?
did that, so the last meeting, we actually approved the drivers. So technically, you would just go in and like put that date in.
Right, but I'm just saying, I think that, I just feel that's a lot on Michelle to have to go back through school committee minutes and to go back and attach minutes and to go back of when it was. I think we can definitely have a column of just saying like when they were approved, but you were asking us to also attach the minutes from the meetings.
So
I just think that's a lot for her to
Oh,
have to go
and that's
back
fine. I think it was
so that
more-
was just the concern I had with,
I think it was more
adding more
that
to
I
the
didn't think
file.
there was drivers that were approved, but then you added it to the last meeting, so I just thought we should have a column.
Yeah,
So when
so-
new drivers are added,
Yeah.
that then we'll see like, hey, we approved them. Because I
Yeah.
think we may not have
so
approved
we can
drivers
do
in the
that.
past.
I think, I'm just looking at Michelle's here, we talked about that. I just didn't want us agreeing and approving that we're gonna then have her go back and find the minutes of the approval and then.
That was
attaching
more-
it, So,
For the drivers, current drivers, I was talking about the approval of current drivers, but now I think we last time approved all the drivers anyway, so you could just count less.
Yep,
Yep.
and
Meetings,
I
date.
put a column in, there's a column for that, and then you wanted the clearinghouse information.
Yep.
And I put that in as well.
Okay.
Great,
okay.
okay, so it sounds like.
Tomorrow, if we can just reshare it with, well, they have access already.
They do, that's what I wanted,
No,
like,
right.
I thought you were gonna kinda include it. We do have access. I just,
Yep, no worries.
maybe
Okay,
you
so
should put everyone to look at it.
just to clarify, we are working collaboratively to try to create a document that allows us to have an at-a-glance understanding our buses, the drivers, all of the different things that go into our transportation offerings to our students. And so it sounds like Sherry had asked for a couple more things to be added to that. It sounds like the administration's in agreement with it and that we don't need to attach the minutes, but we are going to update that column so that we do know when the driver's contracts are approved so that we can keep track of that in one spot. And so it sounds like we have a good working document at this point. Is there any outstanding things that the school committee would like to see for that document that is not already on it? Great.
Thank you,
So
Michelle.
thank you, Michelle. And obviously, as things move on, we can always recircle on that, but we just wanted to make sure to get clarification on making sure we have everything that we need to be able to understand our transportation fleet. So, all right, thank you, Michelle. Good, Cherry? Is that, we're good?
Yeah, no, as long as it is. I didn't look at the form.
Yep,
Sorry.
that's okay. We
I
can-
mean,
yeah, we can
I
take it out and
trust
always
that you
follow up.
actually added all of it, so.
Dr. Eva, can you just have that reshared with us, because I would like to pretend that Google will make it easy for me to find it, but I can't find it when I'm searching
Yeah,
it.
Michelle.
I'll share it right now.
Michelle
will share
I
it.
did just send it to you, Dr. Al.
It's a me problem, but thank you so much.
And then you did update the new expirations so we know when the contracts are.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Because I
Thank
feel
you
like
so
some of them were
much.
old
Mine is the
dates
ones
that
that-
weren't right, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right.
Except excluding what the attorney's working on currently.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's move on to policies. I'm gonna do my best to walk us through this. Okay,
Do you want me to do the first one? Just
Jen sent
Did
me
she
whatever
write
she
Okay.
reads, so I think I can do it.
okay.
Okay, so we are on a first read of a new policy. It's a, this is a first read of a new policy that affirms, wait, hold on, can I get a motion? It's hard to do two things, it's not liking it. Can I get a motion for the first read new policy one? We just need a motion to discuss.
Motion to discuss.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All we're seconding is discussing it. Okay, so we motion a second. Okay, so this is the first read on a new policy that affirms the district commitment to fostering an educational environment that respects and celebrates cultural diversity, promotes inclusivity, and prevents cultural appropriation. We've been working on this policy since early 2024, and it was put forward and then sent back to be reworked based on feedback received at that time. There's been a lot of care put into the findings of the right balance between encouraging teachers to continue to do the amazing work that they've been doing in bringing other cultures into the classroom and recognizing that intent does not always equal impact. This policy specifically does not have any discipline component as the goal of strengthening cultural understanding and support a respectful and inclusive environment. And then Jen wrote, I want to thank all the people who provided feedback on this policy and share their thoughts and concerns in order to get this draft to the version it is today. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it. And then that was what Jen wrote. I'm adding a big thank you to Dr. Duva. He worked very hard on revising the language, which was very well received by the teachers that were on the committee. So thank you, Dr. Duva, for the time and effort on that.
You're welcome.
Questions regarding the first read on this policy? Or comments? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move on and we'll see that one at our next meeting. First read with revisions. Can I get a motion for
Motion to
1, 2, and
discuss.
3? Let's take them as friends.
Yep.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so this is, okay, I'm just gonna read what I've got here. Okay, first read with the revisions. I, J, N, D, B, responsible use of tech. This is the first read of an existing policy which has been revised to incorporate the existing logon policy and add 2 new guidelines. It has also been updated to have inclusive language and streamline the references to NKSD and the district. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it. I'll read all 3 of them and then open it up for questions. IJNDB.2, CIPA, internet use. This is a first read of an existing policy which has been revised to incorporate the existing internet filtering policy, clarifying what the CIPA program is, and streamlining references to NKSD and the district. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it. And then Jen wrote, I would like to note that during the discussion around these policies, it became evident that we need to be some education around filtering software and how to use it in the classroom and how parent software interacts. Jen had written, I would like to request this to be a topic of discussion for the administration. And then the last one was IJNDB4, Written Information Security Program. This is a first read of an existing policy which has been updated to reflect a change in responsible personnel, streamline the references for the NKSD and the district, and format it to be similar to other NKSD policies, and add/update some of the safeguards. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it. And I would also add a special thank you to Chaz for working really closely with Mr. Mezzanotte and Dr. Duva on really working through these. As you can tell, there was a lot of conversation about trying to streamline it, make it easier for folks, kind of combining different policies so that we kind of are able to have really functional policies when it comes to our technology. So any questions regarding 1, 2, or 3? These are just first reads with revisions, so we will see them again at our next meeting. Okay, thank you so much. And then moving on to recommendations for deletion. So this is IJNB2, Internet Filtering. This policy is being recommended for deletion as it is being incorporated into IJNDB.2, CIPA, Internet Use. Once the revision of that policy has been approved, this can be sunsetted. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it if the other ones are approved. And then the other one is IJNDB.3, login usage. Can I get a motion for this?
No.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, everybody pretend I said that thing after that. This policy is being recommended for deletion as it is incorporated into IJNDBD, responsible use of tech. Once revised, this policy, once the revisions to that policy are approved, this can be sunsetted. We'll see this policy one more time before voting on it. Okay, any questions regarding that? So basically, those are getting incorporated into the other one to try to have fewer internet usage policies to be easier for our staff, faculty, and families. Okay, any questions regarding any of those? Okay, perfect. So no action needed today because those are all first reads, so we will see all of them next time. Moving on to new business, and thank you so much for your patience. Charlie and Jackie, so we have, can I get a motion for item A, please?
I'll make a motion to discuss high school programs of studies proposal FY27.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. And so we'll invite you all up to, I believe you have a presentation, and then an opportunity to ask questions. So go ahead.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. I'm Jacqueline Trocchi, Assistant Principal of Teaching and Learning at the high school. So every year, obviously, part of the process is to present the program of studies, and so I've been trying to kind of chunk it together in, you know, what makes the most sense in terms of presentation. So in the first slide, this looks like a lot, but it's really just the many changes that happen through the whole program of studies that do not change the spirit of the program of studies. They're not necessarily deep additions and courses or programs, but I do want to make sure to acknowledge the changes that happened. So what was shared with everybody is the program of studies proposal, which is that 100-page document. That's the whole thing. And then there's about a 30-page piece that shows every change that happened from last year's to this year's. So you're welcome to kind of, what I'm going to be following is mostly what's in that cheat sheet, that 30-pager. But please feel free to stop me at any time if there's something, especially in this chunk, that you want to speak further about, because it looks like a lot, but like I said, it's a lot of little changes. So with that said, some of the general changes and updates were just updates to positions. People have taken new roles. We've added phone numbers to make sure that things are easier to access from a parent, guardian, and student perspective, specifically how to access the right personnel for Title IX. It had previously just had the phone number for the assistant superintendent. We added HR. We edited the senior project rollout timeline. So you may have remembered from a couple of years ago, our goal was to remove senior project from the English department. It has previously been there for about 20 years, where in 12th grade English, 60% roughly of their grade is the curriculum and 40% is senior project. And from both the student and teacher perspectives, as well as just RIDE's guidance on how to make senior project more robust, we thought it would be better to model other districts and start pulling it out. So we have been working on a pilot course, and that course is running this year. But we wanted to slow down a little bit. At first, we thought it would be a 3-year rollout. It's looking a little bit more like a 5-year rollout. And so I just changed the verbiage to make sure that that was accurate, because according to previous verbiage, next year it was going to be ready and rolling for everybody. And really, it's just a matter of us making sure we have a clear plan of where our FTE are going to go and how we're going to balance that through the building effectively without being detrimental to other programs that have launched in the same amount of time. So that's just trying to be mindful of what we have the capacity for while still pushing the needle forward. We've edited the Seal of Biliteracy criteria and World Language criteria to make sure that we're reflecting that the seal of biliteracy can now waive out of the 2-year RIDE requirement for world language if a student is able to read, write, and speak in their native language, and they can represent that on the test. They now can test out of those requirements if that's something that they would like to do. We also updated AP language and advanced course language throughout the whole document, actually, to be less restrictive. This has been a goal of ours to just continuously lower barriers, access barriers to higher level courses. And we believe that a lot of that comes down to the language. So we switched some words around, and we switched requirements, prerequisites, that type of thing, to make sure that it's understood that we want all students to be able to have access to those higher level courses because we understand the impact that has in their long-term and post-secondary plans. We added a 9th grade exclusive personal learning time, PLT, we call it at the high school. It's called NK 101. For several years, we've been talking about it's a major transition from middle school to high school. And as we were talking about earlier, from elementary to middle, every level is a little bit different, but particularly coming from middle school to high school, there's some big things that they learn. One is you have to pass every course to be pushed to the next progress, to the next in the progression of whatever it is that we're looking at. They're looking at 23 specific credits that they have to maintain, and sometimes that's a big shock to them. And also our failure rate is below a 70, whereas in the middle schools it's below a 65. So there's just some infrastructure changes that they don't necessarily know about, and we wanted to just be forthcoming in what to expect at the high school level. So this year, Ms. Finkelstein integrated specific 9th grade PLT, so that means all of our 9th graders are in one. Usually those are all different grades, and we are now moving through, we have maybe 4 to 5 speakers planned to move through and kind of teach them what High School 101. So I will be going through, our deans will be going through, our substance abuse counselor will be going through, our school psychologists and social workers will be going through, just different resources in the building, just so that they really know how to set themselves up for success in their 4 years, because they really do hit the ground running. We also removed the CCA requirements are now phasing out, so we just made sure that the language reflected that. And we also updated language around prepare RI, so it was very clear what was expected in that regard. We added, we changed the add drop period to first courses that full year and first semester electives. Rather than having 8 days to change that, they now have 5 days, and that's just to make sure that we're being mindful of how those add drops impact the whole building. So we did work with our teachers and administrative teams to figure out maybe what's a good happy medium there. So that's been condensed to 5 days. We added a communications protocol and meeting norms to the program of studies because we often, obviously at the administrative level, we're often hearing from students, parents, guardians of different concerns that they might have throughout the building. I particularly hear teaching and learning concerns, and we want to make sure that our communication is clear in terms of contractually kind of what is the process. And the process is, we believe that the most impactful thing to do is have a conversation at the teacher classroom level first, to make sure that teachers, students, families, whomever is directly involved in those concerns are made aware, so that we can repair the relationship if that were a concern, and or make the teacher aware of those concerns so that they can be reflective and come up with solutions as a team. We find that more than the majority of the time, when done at that level, things definitely move in the right direction for the student and the families. But if we kind of usurp the teacher level and they kind of come straight to administration with concerns, it kind of removes a whole voice from the conversation, and we just didn't think that was the most effective practice. So we just want to make sure that students, families, guardians know what our protocol is, and also when we do have to sit at the table to have sometimes difficult conversations with conflicting opinions about things, particularly, like I said, in my role at the teaching and learning level, that we're following those meetings with norms of how we're approaching, how we're speaking to one another, how we're being solution-centered, how we're always respecting diverse perspectives. So we put that into the program of study so that families are abundantly aware of what that process is. We added a little piece here that the GPA is truncated at the second decimal, just to make that conversation super transparent. We also added verbiage to make sure that at the end of every year we announce, once everything settles in terms of grades and GPAs, we often end up, well, we sometimes end up with a co-val and co-sal. So we have our valedictorian and salutatorian, but they might have others who are right neck and neck with them, and that often gets announced after graduation. And sometimes families are surprised that that happens after graduation because they don't have the same recognition on that day. So we just wanted to make that clear that when we announce that, it is after the fact, and we do send them a medal to recognize the family, and we have them come in, but it's not in the same way as it is at graduation, just because of how everything comes to be in terms of finalizing grades and whatnot. We updated the MTSS verbiage because our MTSS team over the last 3 years has been working really hard to clean up the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions and how that team functions and how that team supports students and follows data and what that process looks like. And so we just wanted to make sure to update that verbiage to be reflective of that. We also removed English workshop. This was everyday English, and what we found in talking to the students and with the teachers was that it wasn't necessarily showing through the data that it was effective. We have found that everyday math has shown that it's incredibly effective, but having everyday English language workshop was not quite having the same impact. In fact, it was inhibiting areas in their schedule that they could have been doing other things that may have been more productive to whatever their particular needs were. So as a group, we decided to remove that and reflect it in the program of studies. We updated the library and media services verbiage. This was just verbiage. There was nothing really there that changed any of the spirit. We added a work-based learning section to reflect the different ways that we are working to address some of the RIDE regulations. It's now work-based learning is being integrated into policy for credit. And we have different buckets, whether that be through CTE or internal pathways or alternative programming for students that waive out of the world's language requirement. Those three buckets need to have an infrastructure for students to kind of go into that reflects their personal interests or desires post-secondary. And so we're working on different ways to integrate that work-based learning outside of just the CTE. So we have a really great infrastructure of how CTE programs are touching on that requirement, and now we're trying to think of creative ways to meet students where they're at in their post-secondary plans and making sure that alternative and interesting opportunities are available to them for credit. So that page just kind of points to, if you want to learn more about how that might apply to a particular student, to start having those conversations with their school counselors, their case managers, and whatnot to see how we can meet them where those needs are. We updated verbiage through fine arts and through, you'll see English, in the English department, AP Lit, AP Lang, and AP Seminar. Again, that verbiage was just to open it up to make it more accessible to whomever might want to join those courses. We updated charts in math and science just to make it visually easier to look at. There was a lot going on those pages, and we wanted to make sure it clearly reflected kind of the view to different tracks and how students and families can kind of approach getting the prerequisites necessary for those. But really, it was mostly a visual thing. We updated a couple of other things in math here. So Algebra 2 and Stats can now be taken concurrently, and the prerequisite for Stats is no longer Algebra 2, but instead Geometry and a strong reading comprehension. We wanted to, again, kind of open opportunities there and allow students to enter some of those pathways a little bit earlier. We also updated technical math verbiage just to make sure it was clearly reflective of what was being taught in the class, which is preparing students for more hands-on post-secondary plans, whether that be plumbing, electrician, whatnot, some of these more trade and industry post-secondary plans. We also updated verbiage in wellness and healthy living. Again, that was just verbiage. Nothing about it really changed in terms of the spirit of that course. German 3 and 4, we added, so we've been kind of working in a progression over the last few years where German 1, 2, 3, and 4 have now been accruing college credit through URI. And so our German 1 and German 2 had already been there. We're now reflecting 3 and 4. So we're just making sure to align the curriculum so that students going through that program, they're getting, I believe it's 3 credits per course as they move through the 4 years of German. We updated Portuguese 1 and 2. That was just to make it a little bit more current. There was nothing that changed in terms of the spirit of those courses. And we updated the appendices to be a little bit more clear about all of the higher level, because we've really been trying to drive this. What are our opportunities for all students to access higher level courses, whether that be AP or concurrent courses, EEP courses, And we separated the appendices by content area so that it could be easy to read, and also what AP courses as well as EEP courses or dual enrollment courses we offer that could or do land in college credit. So we just wanted to make that clearer. So those are the general edits before I go into some of the additions and the removals in the programs. Does anybody have any questions about the generals?
I have a few.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, could you go back to that
Absolutely.
so I can follow?
Yes, yes, yes.
The first thing is I wanted to say that I think the 9th grade PLT, I actually heard about it for the first time just the other day. Just through a random conversation with Ms. Finkelstein. I love that. I think that's a great idea. I think that was very much needed. And I just think it's a great addition. Because not only are they transitioning from middle to high school, but they're also, some of them coming from different out-of-district placements into our high school. So for everybody to kind of be able to start off on the same page and have that foundation of what high school is going to look like going forward. Everybody has the same knowledge. That's, I think, really important. And I don't necessarily know during our PLTs in 6th grade. My son's in 6th grade now. I don't think they do the same thing, but Mr. Mezzanotte, it might be something to consider, like the transition from elementary to middle school, 6th grade. Something like that, a generic PLT for 6th graders as well, introduction to middle school or what have you.
Yeah, we've discussed that, and I agree with the idea of really engaging in discussions around the 6th grade transition. It's a very significant transition, and in my opinion, the most difficult transition that kids go through in school. So I would agree with looking into that.
So maybe we could look into the model that the high school's using and see where they're successful, where all work together and see what strengths and weaknesses there are with the program. I did have a question. Can you just really quick go over the AP and advanced coursework language less restrictive again? Just really high level.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that again?
Yes. So I'm going to give you an example. Just give me 1 second to get to the page. Okay. So if you look at the second page of the cheat sheet, if you have it in front of you, one example would be so this is just in the introduction of the program of studies, and on page 15 of the program of studies, there's a description of course levels. And advanced placement previously said AP level courses content is designed for students who are capable of college level work. It's terms like that. So we changed it to AP level courses consist of college level work. It's not my decision to decide if every student is capable or not. I think that that's a deeper discussion, and I don't want to have restrictive language like that. So lessons, students enrolled in AP courses should expect extensive reading, writing, and critical thinking. We did not change that. And then lessons are often designed to be more complex, abstract, and open-minded. Students must have honors level experience. I think that we had said it is encouraged. It is recommended that students have honors level experience. There's reasons, there's pros and cons to that, because there's a preparatory piece of it where we don't want them to be in a course that's over their head and then they feel unsuccessful. But we also don't want the language to make them think, oh, I can't even ask this because I didn't have X, Y, and Z. So we now encourage conversations around it where we'll be honest and realistic with students, but I've had several come to me personally that said, I've never had this experience, but I'd like it, and I don't know where to start. And we just wrap supports around them, and now they're incredibly successful. So it's language like that we removed. The same was true for AP Lit and AP Lang. It's just kind of words and phrases that are a little bit limiting in the way that they're structured.
It's almost like how it's advertised
Yes.
versus how it's actually rolled out and processed. And I think you and I discussed this the last time you were here, where you want the students to be able, if they think they're capable of the courses, to choose it, but you put the supports in place so that they can talk to their parents, their guidance counselors, their guardians, you all, and say, I may not be getting the best grade, I may not be recommended, but I will. I'm going to try really hard. I'm going to just. And like you said, you don't want to set them up for failure.
Right.
But you also want to give them the opportunity if they want to challenge themselves.
Absolutely.
So, I think it was just the way, like it's worded. When it says less restrictive, it almost sounds like we're going to lower the bar.
Oh, no. Less restrictive in terms of access to the course.
Yeah, and probably the language.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then the last question I had, if I can remember, it was, you can come back to me. I got to find it.
Other questions from the committee? Actually, I don't have any.
I was gonna say thanks for like the cheat sheet.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Because
Great job on that.
Thank you.
I did have, sorry, one more.
Thank you.
One more quick question about
Yeah.
the senior project. And you don't have to answer
Please.
this tonight. I might
Yeah.
be putting you on the spot. I just thought about this the other day when something popped up on, I guess it was the fun flyers.
Yep.
And I was just wondering, it seems to me like, and I don't know enough about senior projects, but I'm wondering if some of the senior projects are able to be like advertised. So it almost seems like the kids are getting some help by, advertising their fun flyers or advertising elsewhere, where other students, maybe because their projects aren't conducive to getting, for instance, bring in a toy or show up to this event. Are they kind of graded or assessed in a way where, like differently, because it's not apples to apples necessarily, like not every senior project can get onto the fun flyers and get some help from the district.
Yeah, so there is a flow chart, if you will, of specific benchmarks along the way that they have to achieve. I don't have it in front of me, but I can kind of paraphrase. So, for example, they need to have a certain amount of references. They have to, and that's a grade, that they submit those references and that they're appropriate references. They have to have an annotated bibliography. They have to have a certain amount of hours that they've worked with either their mentor or whomever was guiding them through the learning curve. Like structured so that all students' projects can kind of fill those pieces. So they're not graded on that as much as they are, did you hit the benchmarks along the way and stay on track? Those are the pieces that would get entered into those curricular grades that we were talking about, that 40%. And then their presentation also is very, I don't have the rubric in front of me, but there's not a lot of room for that subjective opinions on which had a more bang for their buck, if that makes sense. It's very specific to what we're asking for, to the skills. So there shouldn't be an upper advantage to some that are like that. But we are always looking for different ways to advertise and support bigger and better. And that's kind of the goal of moving in this direction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And if I can add,
Please.
with the new senior project, not being in the English class will actually help us because we do want the feedback to be more holistic, and it's very hard to do it when there's a grade attached to it.
Right.
So
Okay.
Yeah, as
having
somebody
it,
who's, we obviously all get invited to like judge it. I'm always impressed at like how they build the rubric so that if it's a big project like that or like building a tiny thing that they're doing by themselves, like it's still really easy to judge it. And then also it's cool to be able to judge too on, sometimes they fail, but like learn during that failing, like it didn't quite work and they have it all built in. So I actually think it's really cool that there's different ways that they can do it. But I think that's a good question, just making sure that that piece is it. But I find from the rubric standpoint, it definitely isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Any other questions on that general piece?
No, I'm assuming Miss Lima probably forwarded her questions
She did.
in advance. Perfect.
And I have those
Yes.
here. I have the
No
responses
worries.
to those
and-
two.
and-
She answered.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So we're moving on to pathways. So in order for something to be approved as a CTE program, it has to first build its roots as a pathway internally, and there's specific structure around that. So there needs to be at least 3 academic courses tied to it, 80 hours of work-based learning, industry partnerships, and whatnot. And so we build it internally first. And what the internal pathway means is that North Kingstown High School students have access to this pathway, and in theory, that pathway still can be designated on the diploma, but it doesn't imply that we've been approved by RIDE yet to pull in students from other districts. So right now, we do have 2 of our pathways that are currently in review at RIDE that Mr. Gormley sent forward as formal, hoping for formal CTE approvals, and that is the media communications pathway on the right there and the culinary pathway. The media communications pathway is basically consists of digital media broadcasting, journalism, graphic design, and communications. It emphasizes photography, video production, audio recording, and digital editing. And they receive an Adobe Premiere certification and post-secondary credits after completing the pathway. So that's been underway for a couple of years, and they've gotten kind of substantial traction, and so they felt that they were ready to send that forward. So if this pathway moves into the CTE formally over this year, we may come back and amend it and move where it is in the program of studies. If not, it'll stay in the pathways section. So that's one that's been going really well. The second pathway that's been going really well is the culinary pathway, and that's for students who are seeking culinary and hospitality industries after high school. It's aligned with the Pro Start Level 1 and Level 2 curriculum. They receive a Safe Serve food handler, manager certifications, and Pro Start certificates or achievements levels 1 and 2, and there's Johnson and Wales alignment, so a lot of our students kind of can funnel right in that direction, but there's also, from what I understand, a great connection to CCRI that's developing as well. So the goal there is to make sure that our students who do or do not want to go on the college path kind of have a lot of options within the CTE pathways. Previously, the majority of our CTEs were really college bound, and we wanted to start to bridge that gap, and Ms. Finkelstein started that conversation with the machinist program, and these are others that are moving in that direction. So those two are formally in audit right now. So criminal justice pathway is in its beginning stages. So last year, you guys approved the criminal justice course to be part of the program of study. So the criminal justice pathway includes criminal justice as a course, law, and forensics. We already had forensics and law in our curriculum, and it was already aligned to college level. But the criminal justice was new to us, and as soon as we offered it, it filled. We had 2 sections filled last year, and this year we have 3 sections filled. And one of the things that Ms. Lima had asked me was about student voice in terms of CTE, and I showed kind of the statistics. I'm happy to share with you guys if you'd like, but several years ago we sent out a CTE survey to the middle and the high schools to get a sense of, here's what we already offer. What would you like to know more about that you don't know about? Here's what we're thinking based on what we're seeing. If these were presented, would you take them? And then there was an open-ended question of, are you not seeing something that you wish you did see? And so of those that we sent forward, we had put the media communications pathway, the criminal justice pathway, the culinary pathway, EDU pathway, which already got approved last year, and the digital design pathway. The criminal justice exceeded all by almost 20% more interest. And so we really saw that also when we offered the course, and now we're trying to build that. And so we're in the phase right now of determining like what exactly, because it's a bigger window, it's a bigger umbrella of opportunities at the end of it, are we aligning our kiddos with, but we're looking towards things like OSHA 10 certification, the National Incident Management System certification, the NOCTI criminal justice exam, and the NKPD alignment. We've been speaking a lot with the department about how we can basically prepare them if that's the step that they want to take through, whether that's the fitness test or whatnot. So there's a lot of great conversations happening about it, but step 1 was getting criminal justice, seeing if there was a need and a want for it. We found, yes, there is. Now we're formally calling it a pathway, and we're going to learn more about student interest there. So this will probably be similar to the other 2, a couple more years before we really know more about sending it through formal CTE, but it is a goal of ours. So before I move forward, does anybody have any questions about our pathways and our new pathways?
Can I make a comment really quick?
Sure.
Just want to reiterate, I just want to emphasize the great work being done on this, because I just want to say, just as an aside to this, is that these represent not just the pathways that they represent opportunities for students to see connections and real tangible opportunities with what they are learning, which is probably the most important, this is research driven, probably the most important factor in students feeling that they belong at school and feel connected to school. So I just want to reiterate the importance of this and the great work being done there.
Thank you, Mr. Mizanai. Thank you. So our current CTE programs just had a couple of really minor updates. The first is the Academy of Music and Music Education. They updated the verbiage and they reorganized the charts. Our goal was to make it a little bit more accessible. So sometimes students would read some of the nuances in the music education and music pathway, maybe the theory or the content that they didn't necessarily come in with and assume they wouldn't be successful there, but maybe they could have been if they took a shot. So we changed the verbiage to make it a little bit more accessible and understandable to whomever might be interested. And then really exciting news that we all know we've been working on for a while, the Machinist Manufacturing Defense CTE program. We now have all of the things going on in our D building. We have fantastic equipment there. We have equipment that's the CNC equipment is still coming in, I believe. And it's just been really great to have those courses here on campus. It's been showing a dramatic difference in the grades of our students because our kiddos who were in the pathway previously, the ones, they were being bused to CCRI to get those courses that we now offer in the D building. And frankly, they were failing a lot of their courses, trying to balance missing school to fulfill that. That's not happening anymore. Our kids are doing exceptional. And we also have embedded a machinist intervention during their day. So there's time every other day that they meet with the teacher that runs the program to just make sure they're on top of everything they need, they're on top of their academics, and they're following the pathway. So it's fantastic to have that there. We also just updated the verbiage to reflect it's no longer CCRI courses, it's ours. So that's engineering graphics, which was already here, manual manufacturing milling, manual manufacturing turning, CNC manufacturing milling, CNC manufacturing turning, and those were previously at CCRI and just named differently. So that was just reflected to make sure that it was accurately depicted in the program of studies. Does anybody have any questions about those updates?
If students are interested in going into non-defense machinist work, is that an opportunity to them? I know there is some connection with EB and all of that sort of stuff, but just trying to think of like making sure that students don't feel like they can't do that program if it's not the path that they are hoping to go into.
So Miss Lima asked this question, and I'll let if you want to add to this. So basically, this particular pathway is specifically aligned to the Rhode Island Career and Technical Education industry-specific program standards. And so we had to align it to what's called the Entry-Level Machinist Manufacturing Defense EB Partnership.
Mm-hmm.
So this particular CTE program is specific to that, but there are opportunities.
But we have, since we have advertised this a little bit more, and since people kind of in town know a little bit more of the machines being present on our premises, we have had some contact from local manufacturers to say like they are interested as well. And we know already that we're not going to eventually, once the program becomes full, we're not going to be able to place every single student in there at EB.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not an option, and we have known that right from the beginning. So we are adding those manufacturing companies into our board of directors, so that eventually, like someone who is not interested in going to EB but just want to do manufacturing and just do advanced manufacturing, or they're going to school for continuing, they can certainly do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions about those two items? Awesome. All right, these were just little edits about names, grade levels, and credit changes. So a lot of these are some.
You're doing such a great job, but in the interest of time,
Yep.
if you don't mind, we'll just maybe if we can just do slides and see if the committee has questions, because just because it's 9 and I know you have to get up early.
Absolutely.
So if you want to just go back to that other
Yeah.
slide, feel free to say whatever you'd like, but also like if you kind of want to say any questions on this one, whatever you
Yep.
prefer.
Yeah. Any questions on this one? This was really just some credit changes and grade level changes.
Yeah. Any questions from the committee regarding those?
Perfect. These are new course proposals.
Yeah. And feel free to explain them. I don't
Awesome.
want to not. You do you, but
Yeah,
also
yeah.
know that if you want.
This is actually like the last big thing. So, and I think we can rock through it pretty quickly. So we added a business applications course. This is to respond to the industry need for Excel and PowerPoint certification. It's kind of like getting rid of QuickBooks. It's pretty outdated, and our business kids specifically need different skills, like mouse skills. So this course is to just satisfy that requirement. They'll get a lot of Microsoft Office and Excel Associate PowerPoint, etc. Solid modeling certification. So they learn solid modeling content in different courses. The certification course is to prepare them so that they can sit for the industry certification test. So that's just to fulfill that. And the aerospace engineering, this would be one of the Engineering and Robotics Academy's specialty courses that they take in their later years. And it's just learning about the concepts of flight navigation, propulsion, etc. AP seminar, we actually have been running 2 sections of it this year as a pilot, which I believe we spoke about last time, and it's going exceptionally well. We did have it replace an English credit, so kiddos who are taking it, whether it's in 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, it replaces that credit, and it's been going very well. The kiddos have a lot of great things to reflect about it. The teachers do as well, and we're moving forward to try to pilot next year AP research so that we can move towards the capstone. Forensic Science 2, this is just to expand the topics that they talk about in Forensic Science. So we had Forensic Science 1, now we're going even deeper into the curriculum to talk about advanced application-based course that deepens student understanding of investigations and their role in the criminal justice system, and this was also to complement the criminal justice pathway. Excuse me. AP African American Studies. this is a pilot. Went down the wrong pipe. Terrible timing. This is also a pilot this year. It's going very well. And it's an interdisciplinary course that examines the diversity of African American experience through direct encounters with rich and varied sources. Students explore early African kingdoms to ongoing challenges and achievements in contemporary times. And so this is open to any grade level. There's no prerequisite, so 9, 10, 11, or 12 can take it. And right now we have 9 students enrolled in the pilot, and we're really looking forward to messaging it further so that students know that this is a course they can formally choose. And our teachers, we have several that are certified to teach that course in preparation for it growing. Does anybody have any questions about the additions?
I just had the one question about the AP seminar.
Yeah.
When it says can fulfill senior project requirements, does that mean they don't need to do a senior project?
They would do it, so they have to culminate, that course culminates to a big project that's very similar in style, and skills that the senior project is. So we're foreseeing later down the line when that formalizes a little bit more, that through CTE, certain AP courses, and other work-based learning opportunities, that not every kiddo is going to have to sit in the course.
Yep.
They'll fulfill it in different ways.
Understood.
Meaning the senior project course.
Yep.
Any other questions about the new courses?
In general, for your new courses, how do you assess whether you're going to keep them over time? I mean, obviously, it probably takes a few years to determine whether or not they're successful or worth running.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly numbers.
Numbers, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Mostly numbers.
Okay.
We
and
often,
you just, like, at the end of every year, you...
We have a process as we build the master schedule that it's, once this is approved, then we formally build all of the new things into the Aspen. Then teachers recommend in February, and then students start to have the opportunity to build their schedules with their school counselors around March, April. Once we see the interest level and where students are going to go, we can then start making determinations of what will and won't run, and that's when it usually comes to us, and we'll say, you know, we can run this, we can't run this. It doesn't mean it's not offered in the program of studies, but we'll usually denote, like, this isn't running or whatnot.
And we also always tell the teachers, when you are proposing a new course, kind of look back at, if you're going to add something, is there anything that's worth taking away? We always do that. It happens in our department meetings. So if you're proposing something, they come prepared generally with a good solution to that. Also, whenever we are looking at adding these pathways and courses, we always talk about you're adding courses because they're connected to something. So we start looking at non-connected courses. I mean, yeah, they're fun to have, but are they connecting to something? So we're always trying to evaluate that. So we do subtract a lot when kind of clean up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on those? This is the last slide. We removed emerging technology, and that's because the RIDE requirement is now computer science, so we're moving in that direction. And like Ms. Finkelstein just said, we had to move this to create the space, the FTE and whatnot to do that. So great course, but no longer is fulfilling the requirement. And that is the presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
No, you do such a nice job, and thank you so much for packaging it the way you do and walking us through it. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee?
No.
So based on, usually we see it now, and then maybe there's some tweaks made, and then we see it again. Is that your goal, or what action, I guess, would you like from the committee this evening? I don't know if with the comments that Jen had, if you were making any tweaks, or if there were just tweaks you all wanted to make. Do we have it though? The tweaked?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I did send it back, and I made all of the edits. Some of them were grammatical.
Yeah.
A couple. There was one where we needed to add the Rhode Island general law about the characteristic symptoms of or treatment of disease in the health curriculum. We added that. Some of them were questions that were addressed tonight about the machinist program, and there was language. Yeah, so most of that was already reflected. So to answer your question directly,
they don't, and I think that I know that Ms. Taroki addressed the questions.
Yeah,
she did so. There was I think one follow up that we can look into, which isn't something it's not something that's.
It's not necessary for the approval of the.
Correct. Thank you.
It was an additional
It just
question
had to do with
that Jen had.
it was a fact finding question about
the actual.
Yeah, it was about. It was about like
she wanted to know. She wanted to know of the students that attend CTE programs out of district. What are those programs? So that's really irrelevant to the approval of this, but it's information we can
Yeah.
get for her.
So, are you looking for us to approve this or not tonight? Is I guess my question.
Yes.
But we don't have the most up-to-date copy, is what I'm saying.
So the most up-to-date copy, the only changes that were made to it were like, there's an extra I in Skipper, or
Okay.
I missed parents and guardians. I updated those, and the only big thing was adding that law, and I did add that.
Okay.
And I did
What
get the
page?
numbers on.
What page is that on? I'm going to
That's
make
page
a motion.
73, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it'll say like to make a motion to accept the program of study as proposed with the grammatical updates
Yep.
and
Additional.
yeah.
The
So I just
additional
need to make
updates.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm just walking through.
and I
to
can
figure out
send
how
it
say
to
the
you
motion.
tomorrow. It's done already.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
just want to make the motion right.
Absolutely.
We're fine. I'm trying to
Yep.
get it through for you.
Thank you.
All right. So, if the committee is comfortable, we can make a motion to approve with the small grammatical errors that we know have already been changed, and then the Rhode Island federal law reference on page 72. That would be the recommendation motion that I would say if people are comfortable moving forward this evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make the motion.
I don't usually make the motions, but somebody could.
So I'll make the motion
Yeah.
to approve with the edits as discussed.
Yeah, Second.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much.
Rob knows the drill.
Further discussion?
No.
Okay, great. And I think
Does Stephanie know the edits that need to be? No.
to the question about, I would be curious, like kind of going forward of what programs, to Jen's question of where they are going. Like that doesn't affect this piece of it,
Yeah,
but I
what-
do think it would be interesting. That's another interesting metric of like if we're losing students to other districts
Yeah.
because they're going to other programs, that would be something I would definitely be curious about. And then also thinking more about, I know with the democracy projects with the students, and I know that there are only ends of one, but there does seem to be an overarching theme of healthcare and like nursing and things like that in that general vicinity. And I know South Kingstown, I think, has a pretty robust program, and some others. So just something, not that, but just something to think about is like how we might be able to work towards that, because there also is a great need in Rhode Island for CNAs, for folks that are in kind of some of those pathway jobs. So that would just be something, not for this year, but maybe, I know it takes years to get places, that I have been noticing. in
So
other districts.
the responses, the open-ended responses several years ago were overwhelmingly medical.
Yeah.
And Ms. Finkelstein had a big involvement in South Kingstown's programming. We've been talking about that here as well.
How about that?
Yeah, so we're working on it, is the
Great,
short
that's
answer.
great.
And the other answer to what you had said right before it, other
where they're
districts.
going.
Anecdotally, we don't lose a lot from the high school level, but if we do lose them, it's often before they come to high school. And so that was one of the questions that
Yeah, that's
we
the
had.
question. Is it's the middle
Yeah,
schoolers.
and
where
I,
they're
and
going.
I will,
yeah.
and I will look, because I have to sign off on all of them,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
I will say they're not programs that we currently have. It might be cosmetology or auto mechanics.
But I guess that's what I'm curious about, if there's themes there, because then that's something we might want to look at adding as well. Like that's where, yeah. All right, great. Any other questions regarding this? Okay.
No, great job.
Thank you.
Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Okay, moving on.
Can I make a motion to move up item F and item G, and probably that's it?
So we have an item to move up F and G. Michelle, is that it? I think,
F and G, right?
yeah, that looks good. All right, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, so we'll go to F next. I need a motion for that one, please.
Oh, do we have to approve the motion to
Oh,
move
I'm
them
sorry, yep. All those in favor, please say aye.
up? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so we move them. Now I need a motion for F.
Motion to discuss?
Sure. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. So, Dr. Duval?
Yes. The Department of Education, they are currently offering two districts to work with an outside consultant, it's Transpar, to do an evaluation of their transportation program. Basically, what they're looking at is trying to help the districts, because transportation is a large expense for all districts in the state. How can we make sure that our fleet the number of buses we have, the bus routes that we have, bringing kids in or out of district, we can look at how we can have a savings of within our, the financial impact on the district. They put together a proposal. It was shared with the Southern Superintendents. We had a meeting with Dr. Crano in November, so I'll let you now, to have Transpar come out to the district and to evaluate, to do an in-depth analysis of our bus routes, identify opportunities to reduce the number of buses, and to provide preliminary recommendations to the district. There is a cost. Our cost share for North Kingstown is $10,772, so it's over what I can just prove myself, so it's coming to you for that. It would come out of our transportation budget, the 5300 series, to pay for this, to have the consultant come on board. We missed the first round because they actually started conducting it over the last 2 weeks, and I couldn't have them come in and do this without the approval. So we will be part of the second round, which they believe will happen like between like January, February. So I am looking for approval. I think this will help us to look at the efficiencies of our routes, how many buses we have, and to give us some suggestions. I do know that part of some of the recommendations that they will give us, we will have to look at our policy, right? They will look at our transportation policy. If whatever the mileage is that we're saying is the distance for bus stops to be put in place between the student's home to where the bus stop is. They will look at that to extend that as well, so you have less stops. Look at how you can use your number of vehicles better. So in doing so, we would take those recommendations, want to put them in place to support the district and its efficiencies.
Okay, questions from the committee? Do we have questions from the committee, sir?
Oh, I was wondering, will they also look at like our busing, like for athletics and field trips and stuff like that, or just the actual routes in the mornings and the afternoons?
So they're looking at all the bus routes, but we could suggest that to them as well, because they're looking at busing as a whole. So what are our requirements within after school as well, with where the buses are needed?
Okay, no, I just because I feel like we've had a little bit of an issue, so it'd be good just to have an outsider
And
kind of look at
we're
it.
looking at that too. Like as we come forward with the budget, we're going to look at recommendations for vans that we could put in place to help with that as well.
Yeah,
So.
but no, I like the idea because I feel like I also think having a third party do it sort of gives a look at what a not North Kingstown opinion,
Independent.
an independent opinion.
Yeah, independent, but right.
Yeah, that's true.
Other questions from the committee?
No, was that just like a report out?
No, we're being asked for money.
No, I'm being asked for you to approve this because I do have to. It does cost us $10,772 to bring them into it.
And do you think too that if it's all the will they probably also be able to help everyone like better busing in and out of district too if they're like the other, so they'll look.
Yeah, so like the third tier of this, they are looking at how as a region we can
could be more
support each
effective.
other better and how they can too. They have a number of seats open in the buses that they have that statewide provides, and so they will be looking at also how can they help us with not just like our students that are out of district at like private parochial charter, but if we have students going to CTE programs out of district, they don't transport those students as of now, but they believe that with the number of seats they have open, they can help in that area too. So they're looking at how they can also assist more in providing transportation to us.
Questions? So we have the memo in front of us that talks about the total cost for North Kingstown would be $10,772. And then Dr. Diva, can you just clarify again, it's not in the memo, where I believe that we had asked like what line?
Yep, so
things
it's
were
coming,
going.
it'll come out of the transportation budget, so it's the 5,300
$5,300.
as a consultant.
And that's for this budget year?
Yeah, that's right now.
Okay.
Yep. And do we have a timeline of when they
Yep,
would be?
so we missed the first round because that they started that process a few weeks ago, but I had to get approval first because of the amount. Dr. Credo believes like January, February would be the second round.
And this is not overlapping work with what the consultant is
It's
doing.
separate.
It would be like, in like a good way, like it would be
Yeah,
helping
and
inform the
this is a
redistricting stuff, but not
specific
something we're already paying
company
for.
that is involved in transportation.
Great. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, someone wanted to make a motion to approve the requested amount of 10,772.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we look forward to the information. Thank you. Moving on to G, can I get a motion for that one, please?
A motion to discuss, or a motion to approve purchase vehicle to replace bus S26.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, discussion regarding this one?
Can you just tell us a little, what?
Michelle, come up for that.
Yep, so we have the.
Because S26 is that one of our buses?
Sure. Hey, Michelle, do you want to introduce?
Michelle Hume, Transportation Supervisor. S26 was purchased to replace the old S26. So what they're doing is that's a spare bus. It's so they can use it for if their frontline bus goes down, field trips, late bus. They just wanted to replace it in the fleet so we would keep our number of spare buses up.
I found the memo, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I went all the way to the bottom like where is it?
Okay, other questions regarding this? Okay. No, you did do a motion to approve. Good job, Sherry. Okay, hearing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Great, thank you so much. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
That actually worked out.
See, it does work. Trust the process. No, I get it. It feels weird. I understand that. Okay. Going back up to new business A. No, we did A. How exciting for us. B.
B.
Okay, can I get a motion for B, please?
Motion to approve.
Oh, second. Sorry. Oh my
Thank
God.
you. Okay, and so this is, any discussion regarding this? So this is a Budget and Finance Advisory Committee member that is resigning from the committee, correct? And then, so we're just approving that?
Yeah, so I can, the times that we meet weren't working anymore, but we wanted to remove him. We are searching for a new committee member, but we're not going to be able to approve a new committee member prior to our next meeting.
Mhm.
So we didn't want to
Mhm. Yes,
disrupt our
understood.
quorum, so
Yeah.
we're taking away the person who could no longer come.
Okay, questions regarding that? Just a clarification, Ken, on the memos for these. What I was trying to communicate is, I feel like it would be super helpful, like to Sherry's point, like when we're voting, saying we're adding someone or moving down someone, then stating like the total number of members are now, like with the removal of this person, the total number will be 7, therefore quorum is 4, or whatever it is. I think that would just help us keep track and make sure the advisory chairs know that, so that, I know we didn't get it for this one, but that could be helpful just in the future.
And
Does that
then,
make sense?
No, I understand.
and then updating on the website, the membership.
Yep.
Please, thank you.
All right, so hearing no other discussion on the removal of the member, and I know it did already post, I think I saw that go out. Can we please, we'll call the question on that one to remove this member. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to C.
Motion to approve.
Okay. And then this is just putting, we have the memo from Dr. Duva for this one. It's adding Allison.
Can I ask for, I don't know if I can say this now, but can I ask for a point of order on this one? Like, while we're in a motion?
We don't have a second
We
yet
have
for
a
the
second
motion.
yet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Second.
Thank
Point of
you.
order.
Point of order. I believe in the job description. The job description called for her to be a member if she was appointed or hired. So do we really need to, I'm just wondering if we really need to approve this because that was part of her job description.
I think we still have to approve it, but I would defer to the district attorney.
Yeah, I would approve it as a.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions?
And so was Mr. Mezzanati the co-chair before, and that's how you're, okay. I read that, I just want to make sure I read it right.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Moving on to D, can I get a motion for D, please?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any questions regarding this? Okay. Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then moving on to E, can I get a motion for E?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on E?
Can you speak a little bit to this, Dr. Duva? Because I'm just concerned. I understand the reasoning behind this is to hopefully find some place where we can go so that we can, save the district money. But I'm also concerned that it's like, it's such a small town. I mean, can we go out for an RFP or something?
So
a
we will.
location?
So this was, I didn't put this on the agenda. This came from another committee member to put on there.
Okay.
So this is for, my understanding would be for discussion for tonight.
Yep.
For the school committee to approve if we should get a real estate agent or not. If we do, Andrew has already shared an RFP with us that we could use, but we would have to go out.
Warwick just went out for the exact
Yeah, we
same
have to
reason.
go out,
Yep.
yeah.
So we'd have to
So
put an RFP out.
This was
for that.
more to see if the committee wanted to go this route. So we would
Okay.
still have to go through the RFP process, et cetera, but basically, I don't know if Jen put it on or I put it on, but I basically wanted to have a conversation with the committee, just saying the internal folks have kind of been looking and trying to find a place, but I think having someone that's a professional commercial, real estate agent would be helpful, because that way they can help us hopefully find a place that the administration could move to, in the next year or so, so.
I guess my only question is, I don't know that would a real estate agent, because I think finding if we were going to buy a property, I could see it being like a real estate agent would want that. But I mean, a rental is
All I can say is my experience. It's a great question.
I
Warwick
know.
literally just had this debate like 2 meetings
Not
ago.
against it.
And
I'm
they
just
decided
saying-
to go out and see what happened.
Yeah.
It just went out. I don't think they've gotten anything back.
Yeah.
I'm happy to report back what they get and what kind of feedback they
Yeah.
get. I
Right.
didn't even look at the RFP, but I sent it to Dr. Dubin today when they sent it to me.
Yeah, my personal opinion is that we should try to move away from rentals. I feel like it's not helping the town just by renting properties. It'd be better for the town if we were investing in purchasing properties. And so I think when you do engage with a real estate agent, you could ask them to look for both,
Yeah.
and kind of pursue that, because I just feel like, rentals are good temporary fixes, but it's not investing the town's money into any infrastructure. So I would hope that the agent that we are hoping to work with could look for both.
In the RFP, we could
could
create the
specify
RFP to our.
That's what I was just mentioning.
Yeah.
I think Warwick was
Yeah.
looking specifically to rent. I'm not
Yeah.
sure, so I would check the verbiage in that RFP
Yeah.
Right.
to make sure you have that as an option as well.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to get somebody who's on the hook now, and the second that we hire someone, I know what real estate agents do, but I'm just saying, I don't know, I've never done it with a district, so looking for a property, and I don't want to start to be on the clock now, to start to pay someone and then not find, I don't know, does that make sense? So
Yeah, and I think that would come back down to the RFP and the terms
yeah, that's
of who we select, and the goal for me would be to not be. I'm not quite sure how commercial real estate agents work, but often you don't pay a real estate agent unless you buy
Buy
a property or
something.
sign a property.
yeah,
or
and that's,
something
I mean,
like
I
that.
know that's
And the same thing with-
residential, I
yeah.
just have never worked with.
Yeah, and it would be
commercial.
obviously a cost, but I do think, there has been some different properties for sale in town that might have worked for us, but not having somebody available to call on our behalf, to talk to those people, to learn more about what's available, to set up time for the administration to go, I do feel like that would help us move this forward, because it's been a 3-4 years, we've been trying to find a solution for, I think,
Past.
before you, so
Yeah.
4 years probably, So all this is just the committee saying, yes, we would like to at least put an RFP out to engage a real estate agent.
And when does the lease on this building run out?
In a
We did
year.
it for 1 year.
Yeah, just another.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. So I was just saying, I know real estate, they don't make that much money on a rental.
Yep. Yeah, and
Finding
when
rental property.
when we get the RFPs in, if the committee's not comfortable at that point, you don't have to approve the RFPs. This is literally just saying, yes, we as
Let's
a
go get
committee
an RFP.
feel like it's fine to move forward to start investigating this option. Any further discussion on this? Are we in discuss or approve?
Approve.
All right. So, any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, please please say aye. Or please, sorry.
All those in
All those in favor, please say aye.
Subliminal message.
No. I honestly, no meeting here. Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, wonderful, thank you. Okay, we did F, we did G, H. Can I get a motion?
This is my turn. Sorry. Hold on. All right. Motion to approve the leave of absence extension non-certified employee date.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Item I.
Motion to approve the leave of absence request from non-certified employee E.
Okay,
Oh, second.
thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wow, I just expect you to like say second.
And then item J, we get a motion to table,
Motion.
correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then item K, can I get a motion for K?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion regarding the approval of vision of learning skills and competencies? Okay, I would just thank Mr. Mezzanotte and the committee for their work on this, and also for the teachers and students in their beginning of implementing. Very exciting work, so thank you.
And I like on the website that you've added a couple of the schools, because I feel like it kind of brings it to life.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great. Item J, can I get a motion?
Wait,
Yeah.
L.
I don't, yes, thank
L.
you.
We didn't have I didn't see
Yeah,
an attachment.
Just make a
for this.
motion to.
Motion to
Motion to
table.
table? Okay.
Second.
Oh, so no, I was
Oh.
kind of asking, like, is that what we're doing?
I'll
Right,
make a
okay.
motion to table.
All right, second.
Can I ask what, just so I know, because it's when we talk about front,
No,
end,
so-
about adding this, what would be the specifics that we would want for an attachment?
Okay, can somebody make a motion to discuss?
Sorry.
Motion to discuss Perkins Eastman Coast estimate timeline.
Second.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Yuba, what was your question?
That's okay. This was added on Friday.
Yep.
So I'm just looking at what are we looking for as far as what type of an attachment, information, what. do we want?
Sorry, can I just ask what is the ask here? We're just like, what are you asking
Let
of
me
us?
go to the agenda request form and find out what is that.
I mean, you
There's
no
just
backup.
provided a time, like,
Not from you. So another.
Yeah, so-
I think Jen was asking for this to be discussed. I think she wanted more clarity
So
as to the changes in the Perkins Eastman estimates over since 23. So in 23 we had one amount of what Wickford Middle School costs, and over the time period the estimates changed. We had a base price. We had a base price with add alts. I believe it was just to have a conversation over those changes.
so for clarification, when she asked for this to be put on, was there enough time for that backup material to get, like, in other words, did you all know that was the ask? I'm just so confused with, like, if she asked for it and then what she wanted, where's the disconnect?
So it looks like in the form, because we have the form where
I was gonna say,
committee
what did
members
she
can
say
put
in
the
the
thing,
form?
it says, additional discussion around the change in the cost estimates from Perkins Eastman, which resulted in the fields and the net zero becoming ad alternates. The timeline of publicly presented information does not support the sudden change. So I think they're just, I forwarded you an email, I think, remember that email I forwarded?
Right, but there was
that
a
you
lot
were-
of, so I have it, I went
Yeah.
through it, I had a few conversations with our OPM, just
Yep.
kind of looking at it, he wasn't here at the time, but we went through it. I could discuss some of what's here, I don't know if there was something that was needed.
We can
to
table it
put
to the next meeting, I just wanted to
writing
make sure
or
you
what.
had.
But, I mean, looking at it, the changes were made, every time we get a cost estimate, due to inflation from 23 to now, costs go up. Also, with the requirements with RIDE, when we did the last submission, when we went over the last submission for the stage 2 addendum 4, there were requests from RIDE for us to do more around capital improvement at DMS. So we had to make some adjustments as far as where the funds were going. So there was an increase in CIP, right? So there was that
Isn't Perkins
as
Eastman
well.
just
But Perkins Eastman is the Whitford Middle School.
Yeah.
So
I think this is
with the
particularly about the
request-
Whitford Middle School, though.
Right, but I guess what I'm getting at is when we cost estimates did increase, right, for Whitford Middle School. Originally, back in '23 and going over the years, the net zero was part of that base price, and then we took the net zero out. That reduced what the base price would be. That brought that cost down to around the 69, 68 million. Originally, it was 77 million. When we submitted in September,
Maybe what she was looking for was just a simple timeline, like a line that just drew when all those changes happened, so she could see it all in one, like on one slide.
All right,
That's why I'm almost thinking maybe we should table it and like
net
have.
zero was now an ad alt, so it wasn't part of the base price. Then when you looked at what the cost, what funds were going towards Whitford Middle School, what funds were going towards the capital, we did put more work into DMS. That was a request through RIDE. That's what we presented back in September. So I don't know if there were questions on the cost estimates or exactly what.
Or maybe just a timeline so it would be easy to look at what happened. Like more simplistic than.
Well, we're tabling it today because clearly
Right.
we're not. But
Because we're just guessing what Jen wanted.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I know, but then
So
Dr.
moved.
Duba asked a question, so we had to go back and make sure we had some clarification. But it
I
does
just
not
wanna
sound
make
like we're
sure
going to
that,
reach.
for next meeting, know what
Yeah.
to bring forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Regardless.
I can follow up with Miss Lima just to clarify, or if Stephanie wants to,
Yeah,
because
and
she
I
put
can
it
talk
in.
Sure, too.
But I think it's more about, like, we know that it looks like that number came in, but understanding more about the details behind that change, because it was huge. And I know that inflation happens in different things, but those things were supposed to be built in to the WMS project. And so to see it go that, it was a very big jump, and I agree. And I didn't talk to her about this, or I would know a little bit more, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, I do agree that I was shocked at the difference between what they had originally presented and then what we got in that final stage 2 piece. And so I think I would, at least, I can speak for myself, would want to understand that better. So we'll take a motion to table, and then we can go from there at the next meeting. But I have been trying to honor when people put like an item on the agenda form and specifically say like on the December meeting, whatever it is, like trying to put them on. So at least we can have discussion even if we're not fully getting the answers that we need. So can we get a motion to table L?
Make a motion. Table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and then M, are we tabling that one as well, Dr. Duba?
That one we do have to table, yes.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Motion to table?
Okay,
Second.
okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, and then N, same, is it the same thing, Dr.
So
Duba?
so what I did was.
Wait, hold on, let's do a motion then? Motion to discuss?
So moved.
This is for N, the RIGO.
So my understanding.
Wait, hold on,
Need a
a
second.
second.
Sorry.
Second.
Thank you.
Believe me. Okay, now we got a second.
I'll second for you.
All right, we have a second, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, so my understanding on this was, are we in compliance with this regulation or not? It's a regulation that's been around for years. So I reached out to all of the principals to find out. So we are required through this law to provide feminine hygiene products in schools that have grades 5 through 12. At the elementary school level, we have them. They're in the clinic. We had machines in the schools. We stopped putting the products in there for a few reasons. One, safety reasons with the elementary students that may need this, and also some of the products are being pulled out and played with. So all of the feminine hygiene projects are now in the clinic at the elementary school, and students that need that are made aware of that. We do have the machines at the middle school and the high school level. They are in the bathrooms. The high school, what I found out, needs a few more because you have to have it in the bathrooms that are for our gender-neutral bathrooms, and you have to have it in your bathrooms that are designated for females. So at high school, we do need to get a few more machines, but all of the clinics have these products as well,
So can I say something?
and they're accessible.
I knew Chris knew this. I think the ones in the middle school are not working great.
No, I would
So-
say anytime I've gone into any of them,
I
they're
can only say
empty
DMS
and not
was
working.
not, but
So
And
I
he
will
was
find out 'cause
aware-
that's not what was provided when I asked them about this.
Yep.
So no one told me that the machines aren't working.
It's not
Elementary
that
is
they're not
very-
working, they never, for my limited, whenever I go into the restrooms in the folks, I've never seen them have products in them ever.
Oh, see, I was going to
And
say.
this has been, yeah.
I know DMS actually has baskets, but I think the machines weren't working.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they alternative to putting
There's like a basket.
a basket of the stuff for the kids.
So I will find out exactly if the machines are working or not working. I was told that we do have the products in the schools, we have them in the clinics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the product is in the school. I think it's just
I
I
think
think
the
we have to
machines
make
are a
sure,
little iffy.
by law, we have to make sure we provide these products and.
Well, by law,
and
they need
and
to be in the
says
bathrooms.
I know,
Yeah,
that's
in
what
the
I'm saying, it says in the bathroom.
So the fifth grade's not having it in the bathroom,
Well,
I understand, but
well,
that, the
there's-
law says bathrooms.
It does, but there's a safety issue with that too. So that's something I think let's bring up to our legislatures regarding that. You're looking at me like, but I'm telling you what
Yeah,
concerns
no, I understand
from
that, but
nurses
I think there's a
and-
reason that that language is written in
So-
like that, and it's for students not having to go to the nurses to seek out products. Like, I think that's a very specific
I'm gonna double
request.
check it, but I think that's exactly.
No, I haven't.
Maybe
But
I'm
it
positive
does.
what it
I have
says.
it in front of me. It does
Yeah,
say that.
and so I
but
completely
it's
understand
a-
the
it
concern,
is a
but
concern, so.
to be compliant with the law, we have to be compliant with the law. We can work on changing the law, but until we change the law, we have to be compliant with the law.
Well,
So I
maybe
think
we can be
that's,
creative how we put it in the bathroom in the elementary school. Do you know what I mean? Like not so where the kids could play with it, but would know where it is. And maybe be creative about it versus
Yeah, it does.
having a
I
machine.
know.
real specific.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just-
I mean,
it's
I'm
just
seeing
that
if there's
we've
any
had
wiggle room
problems,
in
so
it.
that's why
Yeah.
we make
no,
sure
I
we have it
completely
in
understand
school
that, but
with
I
the clinic.
also
Yeah.
understand the other
Yeah,
side. And I
that's
remember the
okay.
conversations when they were passing this general law and like that. It was very specifically written like that. They didn't want to make students have to go to the nurse to ask for things. So we can work on the issues with that, but
Yeah, I just want
Needs to
you to know
be
the
compliant.
reasons why they're not there.
Yep.
It's not that we're trying to do it on purpose, but there were concerns that were brought forward from
Yep.
the school levels. So.
okay. So we'll work on our compliance. And then I did see your note, and I agree on how we wrote it, Megan. So my apologies for not catching that. We shouldn't have people have to go Google it. We should have been more transparent about writing the healthy and safety of pupils title. So thank you for putting that out in the email that you sent.
Thank you.
Anything else on this item? No. Okay, and then move on to correspondence. I'm gonna guess I have it. I would like to commend Jen for being prepared and I'm shocked I have a document to even work off of. Okay, correspondences, 11:18. Robert Jones, meeting items, 11:20. Jennifer Hancock, transportation, 11:30. Ashley Levine, in regards to teacher, 12:1. Tracy Carney, transportation department, 12:3. Matt McCoy, Rhode Island Kids Count lays out its 2026 budgetary and legislative priorities. 12:15. Daryl Sutton, investigation to the dialogues in Democracy Night, and then 12:15. Mary Walbach, New Middle School.
Erin?
Yep.
Invitation. You said investigation. I think you just said investigation.
Sorry, thank you
No,
so
I
much.
just,
I have a
like,
mess
don't want anybody to say,
Yep, no,
what?
it's a great thing, so clarification, 12:15, Daryl Sutton, invitation to the Dialogues in Democracy Night.
Big difference.
Very big difference.
Yes, sure, I'm here.
Yep, we're thriving today. Okay, thank you so much. That's the end of our correspondence. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.